Another attorney commercial with big promises? Millions of dollars, practicing law 24 hours a day, blah, blah, blah. Let's get rid of the smoke and mirrors. None of that really matters. What does matter? Having a medical doctor as your attorney. That matters.
Good morning, crew. It is Sunday. It is 5 a.m. It's March 15th, halfway through the month, and it is nasty outside this morning. I'm just going to get right to it because Tamco Live Doppler Radar shows over the last couple of hours what has happened. You can see the speed aloft from which everything is moving, and you can see bursts of snow across the area, and it is already not fun out there this morning. I'm going to start off in Monument, early this morning, and you can see that snow is already sticking to the road. I talked about, bursts of snow, whiteouts, travel issues, and we certainly have those here this morning already. The wind is not fun. Also, we've had 60-mile-per-hour gusts. It's down to 18 in Woodland Park this morning, and it looks icy on Highway 24 as well. So the areas that we thought were going to give us the biggest issues have done that already here this morning. And, it has been as expected. The wind picking up out of the north when the cold front got here, temperatures just plummeting. And things have gotten nasty. So what we're going to do here through the course of the morning is we are going to hang out together, and we are going to make sure that we've got all of your questions answered. Anything that you want to know, we'll do that. We'll hang out here. We will talk about the weather here. And, I'm going to pat myself on the back a little bit because I knew this was one of those situations where computer models weren't handling this thing right. And I was being a little more heavy-handed than most forecasts if you were poking around. And Garrett says, I just looked at the CDOT cams from Monument North to Denver. No thanks. Great call, Matt. Well, thanks, Garrett. I appreciate that. I am feeling really, really good about how I was trying to get everyone ready here over the last few days. So let's talk about the wind. Look at Pueblo right now. 61 miles per hour. 52 in La Junta, and you throw in the temps and look at, you can see that colder air just plunging south. We were in the 50s. We were 54 in Colorado Springs at midnight. That'll be our high temp for the day. We had some 60s over the eastern plains, and so we've dropped like a rock already as expected, and I need to pull up, actually, get this ready here. This morning, the wind chill, because that certainly is a factor. So let me grab that as I put that away for a while since we, we've been so warm around here, but let me grab the wind chill and put that into the show here because we're going to need that this morning. So when you factor in the wind and the temps, it feels like 11 already in Colorado Springs. So here's the deal this morning. This is kind of what I made this for. I'd like you to join me if you are in Monument, if you're in Black Forest, if you're in Castle Rock, if you're in Woodland Park, if you're in Cascade, if you're somewhere else where it's super windy in Pueblo, come on here, put these two links into your phone, and then you can kind of look out the front door and you can give us a report from where you are. I'm also taking the questions that you might have early this morning on social media. We'll share those. We are live in the Peaks2Plains Weather app, and we're covering this weather as we need to cover it. So here's where the wind was yesterday. This was at 8 o'clock. These were the strongest gusts I could find. The Air Force Academy had a 66-mile-an-hour gust. And other gusts across the area. I was in Pueblo yesterday at Dutch Clark. My daughter had a track meet down there. There were lots of schools down there yesterday. That's the thing about track meets, right? Many people in one place, and it sure was a windy bugger yesterday. But, we've got the wind this morning as well. So here's what's going to happen over the next several hours is we are going to see this snow shifting south. And we've been talking about that here for the last few days. And things will only last a couple hours this morning, and then we'll get better. The wind is going to stick with us all day, but we are going to continue to see issues out there on the roads. Oh my gosh, what is happening here with this computer model? I've got Saturday and I've got Sunday in there. All right, let's do Sunday. Some of this on the fly, crew, because I just want to hang out with you here and get this done. Okay, here we go. So the snow's moved in this morning. That's kind of what I've been showing you the last few days here. And here's about where we are right now. And it's doing a pretty good job, actually, of showing what is happening across the area. But if I take you forward into time, notice how we get a quick kind of, see that darker blue sort of decreasing over the Palmer Divide through about 9 o'clock. We'll start to shift stuff south, and the upper level system actually gets out of here pretty quick. And so by noon in the heart of Colorado Springs, in fact, before that, down to Pueblo, we're probably not seeing any moisture. Notice, though, we are hanging on to it across Douglas, Elbert, and northern El Paso County. That's because the strong wind, that's the Palmer Divide up there that is going to hold some snow into the afternoon. So keep that in mind here, which is why I had some areas of 3 to 7 inches of snow and a decrease in the travel issues here early this morning. I mean, I think the first time I showed this was Wednesday, and this is just about nailing that out there. So again, if you're just joining us, here's what it looks like in Monument this morning. It is not a fun commute already. So Black Forest looks like this. Let's check what Falcon looks like. Falcon this morning, we've got snow holding on the roads too. The wind's out of the north at 25, gusting higher than that. Let's check out what the wind gusts are in Falcon this morning. Gusting to 36 right now, and it feels like 6. So that's not fun. That's not a nice morning. Colorado Springs, we are sitting at 26. We do have snow. Wind gusting to 39 miles per hour, but you drop in elevation across town and things get a little bit better in terms of the road conditions. Like here's an example. Fort Carson Highway 115, the road is just wet there, but you can see on the side of the road, we do have some snow that has fallen. And in Pueblo this morning, you know, roads are not even wet. It's 35, but it's gusting to 60 miles per hour, so that doesn't feel great either. So it's not a fantastic morning. Lizzie just asked, how long is this going to last today? Liz, let me know where you are, and I'll specifically answer that question here. But we will do more of the forecast here as we move through hanging out here together this morning. So the wind is going to be with us for most of the day today. We have high wind warnings that are up for southern Colorado, and those aren't going to go anywhere until later on today, as the wind is going to stick around. So let's talk about the wind gusts that we've got out there this morning, because the upper level system and the front are combining together to bring us these strong winds. So you can see that all of us from the eastern mountains of the Sangre de Cristos up to the west of Buena Vista and Salida and all of the eastern plains, we've got these things. Over the mountains, it's in effect until 3 o'clock. Over the plains here, it's in effect until 7 o'clock this evening. And across northeastern Colorado, it is up until 3 o'clock as well. So that gives you an idea of where the areas that are going to keep this around longer are going to be. So here we are at 8 o'clock this morning. We've still got strong wind, and you see some of those darker oranges. That gives you the sense of what's happening here. So on the large scale, everybody's dealing with 30 to 50 mile an hour wind, but there will be pockets of enhanced wind where it's a little bit stronger than that. Now, after about 10 o'clock or so, over the plains, I think the strongest gusts are probably done. We still may be up around 60 miles per hour, but over the next few hours, we may get some locations where we've got the wind up to around 70 or so. And some of the mountain areas for the next few hours are going to have the potential for some wind gusts to around 80. And then that gets a little less likely with time. But obviously, it's not going to feel great for the balance of the day there with that wind continuing and then kind of decreasing here as we head into Sunday evening. So it's kind of for the next several hours, it's what you see is what you get. And then you get some improvement here as we move into the back part of the day. So that was kind of what we've been talking about here for the last few days. Justin asked a question this morning. He says, does our proximity to the mountains have anything to do with the rapid temperature changes that we sometimes see in Colorado Springs? 74 yesterday, 20 this morning. In this instance, no, but sometimes we do get that with downslope warming. So we usually see these temperature swings in a big way right along the eastern slopes of the mountains when we have Arctic air masses that come in and then we quickly transition to a downslope situation. This is a little bit different because everybody's seeing temperature swings this morning, but that is a really, really good question, Justin, and something that you have noticed over the past, obviously, having lived here. So good job on you. We have had some snow bursts this morning. Let me pull up the radar again, and we'll kind of look at who is getting the roughest of that right now. Because, man, the snow's come down at a rate of, in some spots, a couple inches in 2 hours here early this morning. So let's pull up the Tamco Live Doppler radar, and we'll kind of zoom around and do kind of a radar tour here. Some of this over the eastern plains may not be making it down to the ground yet. So if you're in Crowley County, let me know. Like if you're in Ordway on Highway 96, if you're in Olney Springs, if you're in Crowley, let me know if you're getting snow. Pueblo, we might have some off to the southeast of town. Canyon City, getting some snow bursts this morning. I mean, I know the radar shows that there is some rain right there, but that's not what's happening. What it's seeing is called bright banding of big wet snowflakes that are up in the clouds a little bit. So if you want to report from your area, let me know also. And you can see that's moved in here from the northwest over just the last little bit. So that's obviously going to produce maybe some visibility issues in some areas. If you're driving on Highway 50 early this morning, you may be dealing with that. So something to be aware of, and that's going to shoot off to the east here along Pueblo West and Pueblo. So that is coming your way. And for the areas that don't have anything as of yet, that's just going to roll right into Pueblo over the next 45 minutes or so. So be aware. And that stuff is moving pretty quick this morning. So it's all going to change pretty fast here. And that's one of the things that we, sometimes get concerned about is how rapidly things are changing. In fact, let's check out the camera in Canyon City this morning, and let's see if we can catch that snow burst coming down right now. And it says, yeah, see some of that not making it down to the ground yet. That's fascinating to me. So our humidity is at 43%. So those snowflakes are going to start making it down to the ground here very, very quickly. But that north wind sinking off the Palmer Divide, kind of eating away at some of the moisture still overhead early this morning. That was pretty interesting to see, given how intense that radar echo was. So it's a nasty one out there this morning. Hopefully you were ready for it. That was the point of what we have been talking about over the last few days, trying to get you ready that things were going to change very quickly this morning and that it would look a lot different when you woke up here on this Sunday morning. So that's what Peaks2Plains Weather is all about, crew. Just hanging out with our friends and making sure that helping neighbors and getting through everything together. So this is going to work out pretty good. These snow amounts that I have been showing you for the last few days, I think are going to be pretty dang close. So, like I said, I'm feeling pretty good about my forecast here. There will be some spots up across the Palmer Divide and Woodland Park where 3 to 7 falls. Not that you may measure that because there is some melting happening after it falls early this morning. But certainly, it's a big change from yesterday, isn't it? Man, I know that. My goodness sakes. So as we head into tonight, what is kind of fascinating is that the wind will pull back. We will see the temps get pretty dang chilly out there. Tonight, I think we're in the single digits and we are in the teens when we wake up tomorrow morning, which will be a shock to the system as well, given how warm it's been around here as of late. Then we get into a situation here where it's a big warm up on the way. Just the swings that we're having, they're not unheard of for March. March is a season of transition. You've got cold air still up at the poles. You've got the, down around the equator, it's starting to warm up. And so you get these temperature contrasts that'll move through the area. But some of the bushes and trees that have leafed out already might have a hard time tonight. The ones that do it early usually are hardier varieties that can kind of deal with it. But there are people that have flowers up. I mean, I was in Pueblo yesterday when I was driving through at the track meet, buds on trees. I saw leaves out on trees. Elm trees, they go a little bit early sometimes. They can deal with that a little bit hardier than some other plants and some trees that might not be able to deal with that. But that's really, really cold for tomorrow morning. Then where are we going? Well, later on this week, we're going to be setting records for multiple days in a row. So welcome to Colorado in March, crew. I've got us on a day of transition tomorrow and then in the 80s for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And then maybe some changes into next week. So we're going to the other end of the weather spectrum here. So for the next couple of hours, we are just dealing with the nasty conditions. So if you have any questions that you want to ask this morning, please do so. Teresa says good morning. Teresa, good morning. I've got my American Classic coffee in the mug here. In fact, I'm on the last of the Sequoia, and then I'm actually out of coffee, so I need to get with Spence and get some more coffee. Julie checking in this morning says good morning. Julie, oh, beautiful horses there. Good morning. Thanks for hanging out with us this morning and watching on Peaks2Plains Weather. Let's do a couple things. I want to kind of widen out here and look at what has been happening over the last 24 hours because it's fascinating to watch this system move down across the Front Range. And we're just kind of getting the western edge of it as we are getting a blizzard here through the day today into tonight up across the Great Plains, where you can see it's already kind of nasty in southern Minnesota into Wisconsin towards Chicago. They will get that. But I want to go back. I'm going to go back 36 hours. Let's watch this together. It's kind of a fascinating trend. You see everything will start pushing south really, really quick overnight out of Idaho, across Wyoming, into Colorado. Here comes that cold front. You can see that blasting south early this morning. Look how fast it's moving there. And then into southern Colorado. And that's because we've got this strong jet streak overhead that has been driving this. And we are on what is called the left front quadrant of this jet streak right here. And I say left front because the wind's moving through the jet streak like this. And so, act like you are riding the jet stream, if you will. So you kind of have to orient yourself, kind of moving from the northwest to the southeast. And then on the front end of this streak, you have the left front quadrant, which is an area of lift. And the right front quadrant down here is an area of sinking air. And so they're seeing that down across Arizona. Notice how there's no clouds or anything. So we're in the area of lift, and it was the combination of that, the strong wind at the surface interacting with the terrain that had me talking about here, these, bursts of snow and whiteout conditions that we have seen across the area early this morning. So that's what we are dealing with here as we get our Sunday morning underway. Tamco Live Doppler radar showing us what's happening. And notice how we have these darker blues up over Douglas County. There's some bands in there that are kind of oriented northwest to southeast because they are sitting underneath that jet streak. So that's some of that lift in that left front quadrant that we are talking about. Julie says, thank you. I feel a little bit chilly this morning. Yeah, I bet you do if you've been outside in particular. Cindy Aubrey is watching from North Carolina early this morning. Cindy had a very long and successful career in the news industry. You might recognize her name. She was the president of the Pikes Peak United Way here in southern Colorado, and a very, very great lady. Her and her husband are fantastic people, and so I appreciate her watching this morning. And Cindy, I do want your feedback on what I'm doing because I think she has a little bit of an interest in it. doing some new media here. If you were trying to drive to Denver this morning and you're about to leave right now, I don't recommend it. I would wait until probably 10 o'clock or so this morning to go, because this is a classic situation up on the Palmer Divide. You have this enhanced lift on this hill between Denver at 5,280 feet, Colorado Springs at about 6,000 feet downtown. But up on the spine of that Palmer Divide, we've got spots that are at about 7,800 feet. And that doesn't seem like a lot, right? It's about 2,000 feet, a little bit more than 2,000 feet. But oh man, it makes a difference because it enhances the wind, it enhances the lift. And this is one of those mornings where it is not a great commute from the north side of El Paso County up across the Palmer Divide. Here's what it looks like in Castle Rock right now. And on that camera, we've just got snow plastered to it at Wolfensberger on the south end of I-25. It's 23 degrees, and those folks don't look like they're moving all that fast. By the time you get into Denver and you start dropping into losing some elevation into the Mile High City, it should look a little bit better, but we've got snow plastered on that north-facing camera as well. But as you drop into Denver, you will see some improvement on the conditions early this morning. So it's a nasty one out there from the north side of Colorado Springs, where we are holding some snow at I-25 and Interquest there at the Air Force Academy. This is actually North Academy and I-25. Everybody slowed down a little bit due to the conditions that we've got this morning. And so what a change it is as you move across southern Colorado. So Walsenburg this morning, the front has moved through, camera bouncing around, 36 degrees. Is that some, yeah, that looks like we've had a burst of snow there on the grass. That looks like to me that we've had some snow. And we'll check out Trinidad this morning. It is windy. We don't have any snow, but it's down to 35 degrees. Here's where we were. Here's the daily highs so far. This is where we were at midnight. This is going to be interesting to look at because I woke up in the middle of the night and I saw that it was 54 at my place. And yeah, the Springs is 55. Pueblo was 62 while you were sleeping. And now we are down into the 20s in some areas early this morning. Gotta love strong cold fronts this time of year. I just think it's so fascinating. I am a geek about weather. I admit that. But we're down to 26. So we've dropped 30 degrees already in Colorado Springs, down to 18 in Woodland Park. And you factor in the wind this morning. It feels like 3 in Kiowa. It feels like 6 in Lyman. And compared to this time yesterday, a 30-degree drop on the south side of Denver, 20-degree drop in the Springs. And this map is going to look more amazing here in a couple hours. So just some incredible stuff here early this morning. And again, wind gusts right now, 52 for La Junta, 61 for Pueblo. So watch is at 52. And Monarch Pass early this morning. Do I have Monarch Pass? Oh, I didn't make Monarch Pass for this. Let me try something here real quick in my computer. So let's see. All right, hold on here. Try something. Okay, let's look for this here. All right. I know this map is not right. I need to move that. But Monarch Pass, it's 21 right now, and the wind is gusting to 79 miles per hour. Let me move this camera up to where Monarch Pass is. Woohoo! That's not fun. That is not fun if you were up there. Oh, my goodness sakes. You know what? This is probably the next couple days, because the ski resorts are getting some snow, is probably the best skiing that we're going to get. If you haven't gone much, like if you have a pass and you haven't gone much, you should probably go the next couple days. Call off sick. Call your boss. I won't say anything. But here's why. Our snowpack has not been good all season long. And I think over the next several days, we've got somebody that's joining us, so we'll check in with him here in a sec. Don't go anywhere, sir. I'm going to talk about this first. With the record warmth that we've got on the way for later on this week, the snow is going to get decimated up in the high country. So I think we're going to end up with about 3 to 7 inches from this one, but like starting Tuesday, we're going to start melting it. And some of the ski resort bases are going to be down or into the 60s here later on this week. Oh, I had that gentleman and he popped off. No, he's still in there. All right, let's bring him in. Let's get a breakdown from him here. Let's see who we're talking to this morning. Sir, good morning. Thanks for joining us on Peaks2Plains Weather. How are you?
Pretty good. How are you doing?
I am doing well. What is your name and where are you?
My name's Dan. My wife's name's Ann. Normally, we join you from 4 miles northwest of Aguilar.
Okay.
But we're back in Texas at our home here,
Okay.
waiting for 97 degrees next week.
Yeah, no, you guys are going to get hot too. No doubt about that. This will be one of those situations this morning around Aguilar where you'd probably be waking up to a little bit of snow if you're 4 miles to the northwest of there. How long have you lived there?
We've been up there since '99. We live both in Texas and up there. Summers, May to November, up in Aguilar, up in Black Hawk Ranch. And then we're back down here watching the flowers bloom right now.
Nice.
But we're heading real soon.
Right. So you guys through the course of your life have worked to put yourself in this situation where you've got 2 homes and you can be, nice weather kind of all year long, right? Good for you. That's great.
Yeah, we're back and forth and stuff. And we sure enjoyed your broadcast and stuff on 21 and sent pictures of our dogs and stuff and all sorts of things and sunsets and stuff. So we sure enjoyed your broadcast, and it's great to find you here on this. This is great.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that, sir. My wife and I are going to be empty nesters in the fall. Our youngest one is going to go off to college. And so that time of life makes you kind of evaluate things. And, I saw an opportunity, and just how people look for information now is different than how it used to be. And so I thought I could serve my community in a little bit better way when the weather's nasty like this morning. So thanks for calling in and checking in. And I'm glad you're missing it this morning, but the wind is coming to Texas here later on today. So be ready for that.
Oh, we're ready for it. We'll put the barbecue grill up and all that stuff.
Well, that's a good one. But hey, before you come back, do a little bit of Texas barbecue, and then we'll see you when you come back to Colorado.
All right, great.
All right.
Thanks, Matt.
Yeah, thanks for checking in this morning. I appreciate it. That is so awesome. Getting folks still watching from Texas. Okay, lots of you have just popped in here. Annette says we're driving from the south over Raton Pass today. Will we be okay if we're hitting the state line around 2 p.m.? Annette, you'll be fine around then. I mean, you're going to have wind both in New Mexico and coming into Colorado, but you'll be all right at that point. So that is good news. Angelica says, I'll be heading to Denver shortly from Pueblo. Angelica, I don't know if you've got to go for work or if you've got to pick somebody up, maybe at DIA or something like that. Whatever the situation is, please be careful. That is not a fun drive this morning, and you are going to run into some wintry weather heading north from Pueblo, no doubt about that. I would not be looking forward to it either. If there's any way that you can delay what you are doing, do so. Because here's how it's going to change from you. You go north through Colorado Springs, and you start running into this, like that snowpack on the roads early this morning, and you get up to Castle Rock, and it looks like that. And your windshield is going to look like that probably. So just be aware that things are going to change in a big way here as we start off our day. So it's kind of a nasty one. Let me real quick head over to the weather wall, and I'm going to talk about our extended forecast later on this week because I want to take a little bit of time and do that. I do want to thank the folks that make Peaks2Plains Weather possible, that support me, and keep this thing happening here. So I'm going to do a real quick commercial break, and then I'll be back to talk about our extended forecast. So don't go anywhere.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed His grace on thee.
Here's to 150 years of the state we call home.
At Phil Long Ford Motor City, we've been around for 80 years. That's like 560 in dog years. Basically, we're the top dogs of Colorado. And thanks to our deals, selection, and service, we've earned some pretty loyal customers. And our GM Mark, he's the most loyal guy I know. Even after I chewed up his shoe, it was delicious.
Great trucks, amazing deals, and belly rubs for dogs. Come see why Colorado drives Phil Long Ford Motor City. Hey guys, where's my shoe?
Emergencies are unpredictable, but you don't have to be unprepared. Peak Alerts sends you targeted emergency alerts in real time for the places that matter to you most, so you know what's happening and what to do next. Know first, act fast. That's the power of Peak Alerts.
Let's talk what is going to happen here for the balance of the day and into next week. And so I'm going to head over to the weather wall, and we are going to do a little bit of longer term forecasting, and then I will answer your questions and we'll take care of everything that you need. So this is going to work out really, really good here. This snow forecast, north side of the Springs up into the south side of Denver, back over the mountain areas with the snow that we've been talking about for days now. Some spotty amounts in other areas. It's just going to be spottier the farther south you go because it's sinking off the Palmer Divide and kind of breaking up with the upper level system getting out of here really, really quick. So if I focus on the Pikes Peak region here, you can see that the terrain is one of those classic situations where it is definitely playing a role here. We've already got snow sticking on the grass. Some of it's going to melt from below. It is going to compact a little bit, but up across the spine of the Palmer Divide, some of the northern slopes of Pikes Peak, we're going to have areas that get a little bit more. I've had Palmer Lake in the 3 to 7. I didn't have time to manually kind of draw that contour this morning, but you get the idea. So this is a quick hitter. Tomorrow morning, it's out of here. The sky is clear. The wind is lighter. Very cold start to the day. Hard freeze for sure. Single digits and teens. Some of the stuff in your yard that's tried to get going might get nicked overnight. No doubt about that. And then tomorrow's a transition day to 40s and 50s. And so this is the bottom of this big swing. Yesterday we were up, today we're down, and then we're going to go back up because look at this pattern here with that blizzard I talked about across the Great Lakes getting out of here. But this ridge of high pressure comes in for the rest of the week, and it's really strong. It has the strength of something in the middle to late part of May, and it's just going to be with us all week long here. So we're going to get multiple days of some sunshine, some warmth. Then we get toward the weekend here. We start flattening this a little bit. The jet streak starts coming a little farther south. We get into some northwest flow. I think the wind's going to pick up a little bit. And for the late part of the week, I think we'll have some fire weather concerns when the wind gets stronger. I mean, the temperature and the humidity will be low enough. It's going to kind of be, red flag warnings this week are going to be dependent on the wind. But this is a big ridge of high pressure here. So the record on Wednesday in Colorado Springs, I think it's 80. And then after that, it's in the upper 70s. So 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 days of records in a row there. I was looking yesterday, in fact, I'll post this tomorrow morning, but I was looking at what the hourly record temperature was for March. So what's the warmest it's ever been in March at 1 p.m., 2 p.m., through the 24 hours. And I think a lot of those are going down this week. We don't talk about those much, but this is such a historically warm stretch here that I just kind of wanted to check that out, and that'll be something interesting to watch here. So pretty fascinating, I thought. Okay, some of you got some questions early this morning. This is one of those situations that I have built Peaks2Plains Weather for, so I'm going to do this a few times this morning. We already had one gentleman join us. He was in Texas, lives off to the northwest of Aguilar. I think I met some of him and his buddies when at Fox 21 we were down there for a We Are Trinidad week. Met a couple of them from that neighborhood that he was talking about. At one of the restaurants in Trinidad. And he joined us by putting one of these links into his cell phone and joined us here and asked a couple of good questions, gave some nice comments, and I'm grateful for that. But what I think would be cool is if somebody in Monument or Black Forest or the north side of the Springs joined. You know what? Since we're doing live coverage this morning, I think my internet can handle this. My phone's on Wi-Fi, but I'm going to try something here. I'm going to put one of these links into my phone, and I'm going to show you out the door here. I'm going to show you how easy this is. Okay? All right, so I am using the bottom one. I need to get better Wi-Fi down here in the office. Okay. All right, watch this. This is going to be cool. I'm going to pop myself up here. This is going to be fun. If my Wi-Fi can handle it. Oh, come on. I always get these good ideas and then... Okay, here we go. Gonna work, baby. Yes. 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 Okay, let me turn my volume off. Okay, check this out. This is going to be a little bit creepy here. Okay. All right. Here you're going to get to see behind Peaks2Plains Weather, behind the scenes. All right. So I'm logged in. Ooh, that's funky audio. Okay. So we're hearing me now on this, on what I'm calling in. So there's my weather wall over there. You see all my monitors and everything. I can talk to you guys. Okay, let's go out here. In fact, let me pull this up full. Okay, so I'm in Rock Rimmon, but I've got snow on the grass and whatnot. I don't know if you can see that good, but certainly out the door there, I can do that. So that'd be kind of a neat thing to see. For those of you that want to do it, that's how easy it is. Took me a couple seconds, right? Try to make that easy for you. Okay, radar check. It's been a little bit. Let's do that. I'm still hearing myself on here. Let's close that up. Okay. TAMCO live Doppler radar this morning, showing where these bursts of snow have been and are. And it has just been fascinating to watch this. I'm going to show us the last 6 hours here on this kind of wider view. And watch how this just blasted in here overnight. So we're actually picking up a little bit of convection out across the plains here. You can see a storm that this is not producing hail, but the computer model is picking up on some convection out there. But look at those bursts that are moving across the area. Oh, it's just weather is so awesome. So again, this is, classic spring system. I mean, we've got these bursts that, especially up on the higher terrain here, have been producing snow at a rate of 1 inch or so per hour. John is in Palmer Lake, and he says where he is in Palmer Lake, he's already got more than 2 inches at 5:30. So this was from about 10 minutes ago. And 25 where he is in heavy snow. March storms always overperform. I know it's easy to say that this morning, but sometimes they don't. But yeah, you guys are going to end up in that, I think, 3 to 7, because John's in a spot where it's going to keep snowing for a decent chunk of the day, tucked right up against the hills to the west of Monument. If you're somebody new to the area and you don't know where Palmer Lake is, he's back in here right on the county line. And I'll zoom in so we can see that. So he's just west of the county line, tucked right into the hills right there on Highway 105. So that's a spot that is going to keep some snow around for the longest amount of time today, up with that area of enhanced lift there. And so he's getting some heavy snow. You can see the darker blues there, which show more intensity from the radar. And you can see some of these bands that are kind of oriented sort of northwest to southeast, kind of working through the region. So if you're driving up, on Highway 83 up into eastern Douglas County, if you're trying to drive north of Highway 24 up through Kiowa on Elbert Road, you get up north of Calhan heading toward 86 up around Simla. I mean, it's snowy on the roads all up in here early this morning, and the visibility is not great. So you've got to be ready for that if you are going to travel out in that area. And that's a classic Palmer Divide situation. Woodland Park is icy this morning as well. The snow hasn't been as intense there, it looks like, as it has been over the Palmer Divide, which isn't necessarily surprising. But we've had, it looks like, a couple inches of snow there. So if you're joining us from Woodland Park this morning and you want to let us know how much snow you have, that would be great. If you're in Black Forest, let us know how much snow you have. Falcon, we've had snow. And you can see what that looks like early this morning. It looks slick there. And, the light of day coming up over the next couple of hours will kind of be nice to see. And we can do a little bit of maybe better investigating from the CDOT cameras that I can use. But, man, what a change early this morning it has been for sure. Pueblo, the 61 mile per hour gusts right now. And the pressure in the last couple of hours hasn't changed yet, but it will as this front moves south. The pressure goes up behind a cold front, so we'll see that. It's actually a little bit warmer in Pueblo right now than it was this time yesterday because the wind is mixing us up here. But that is going to change because for a lot of areas, oh, no, that's not right. I need to fix that. It's colder than this time yesterday. That makes more sense. Notice some of the mountain areas, though, like Alamosa, Saguache, Pagosa. They're like, what cold front are you talking about? They're warmer than we were 24 hours ago. But crew, it already feels like single digits and teens across northern El Paso County. And so when you think of yesterday being in the 70s, and yeah, it was windy and it wasn't fun. I mean, this is not fun for a different reason. So just fascinating to see. If you are just joining us, how strong was some of the wind yesterday? Well, I looked at this before I kind of signed off for the night. 66 mile per hour gust at the Air Force Academy. Monarch Pass was higher than that. Colorado Springs Airport, Pueblo airports, and even down to Trinidad, we were kind of between 50 and 55 miles per hour yesterday for a lot of us. And so, the warm before the storm, as we like to say. Hancock and Monica in Colorado Springs says maybe a trace. Yeah, you're lower in elevation than the Palmer Divide, so that makes sense. And, thanks for letting me know. I appreciate that. So, okay, let's pull out a little bit and let's investigate what's happening out here across the plains. Because some of this is not making it down to the ground, even though some of the automated detection algorithms in radar is picking up convection. I mean, it's the same process that produces thunderstorms. So I'll take the storm tracks off there. But you can see that it's picking up on, there's some air within the clouds there that is rising pretty quickly and producing a burst. So some of you out here on the plains, on Highway 50, on Highway 96, on Highway 71, let me know if this is all making it down to the ground. And the reason I say that is we were checking what was happening on radar in Canyon City earlier when that little burst that you saw there went through and the road wasn't even wet. Might have changed, and things do change pretty quick. Let's check that now. At least where this camera is, it doesn't look like that's made it down to the ground yet. So there is still some moistening that we're doing at the lower levels behind that cold front. Pueblo West this morning, cameras bouncing around. Pueblo, we're bouncing around, obviously, with the 60-mile-an-hour wind, so that 35 feels a lot colder than that, sustained at 43 miles per hour right now. But you get out to a place like Falcon, and it feels like 4 degrees with the temperature of 22 and the wind gusting out of the north at 39 miles per hour. Let's see what we've done here over the last couple of hours in Colorado Springs. Look at that. 73 at 5 o'clock yesterday, a 50-ish degree drop over the last 12 hours as this front coming into the area. Just awesome, awesome weather in springtime. So I love it. I think it's fantastic. I mean, I don't think, if you got to go driving it, I don't think it's fantastic, but I think it's pretty amazing to see here early this morning. So, all right, let's walk through it, get you through the rest of the day. All right, everything coming in from the north, timing matched what I've been telling you for the last few days. Impacts are matching what I've been telling you for the last few days. If you're new to Peaks2Plains Weather, I've seen some forecasts that I don't think handled the impacts from this very well, as I have been kind of monitoring what everybody else has been doing. I'll just say that. So hopefully this has been of some value to you. See how as we hit the afternoon, though, everything that's over the Highway 50 corridor out over the plains and the southern mountains is out of here. What's hanging on, though, and this is going to work out, is the hills west of Denver into the spine of the Palmer Divide and the northeastern slopes of Pikes Peak. So that blue that you see from Colorado Springs, kind of up toward Woodland Park, up toward Monument, Black Forest, into southern Douglas County around Larkspur, and then Highway 83 off to the north of Black Forest, because that's the highest part of the Palmer Divide there, and that's where we maximize the lift at the surface from that north wind behind the front, getting a little bit of extra oomph in the atmosphere is why we're going to hang on to the snow longest there and then start to decrease it as we head into tonight. So that's how things are going to play out today. If you want to watch the wind, well, we can do that. And so in a couple hours from now, we've got this northwest wind over the mountains, due north wind over the plains, and we'll keep the potential for strong gusts around this morning until about 11 o'clock or so. As we move forward in time, notice that the areas of that sort of darker orange over the plains kind of goes away. It's still going to be windy. I mean, we'll still have some gusts through the first part of the day, maybe between 40 and 60 miles per hour, but the potential for something up around 70 over the plains here is going to drop after the next 3 or 4 hours goes by. And we'll keep it windy through the afternoon. Strongest wind in the afternoon will be over the mountain areas. And as we head into tonight, we'll start to pull the gusts back a little bit. So that gust is kind of like an exclamation point, if you will, into the smack in the face, of the change that this is, right? Like if you go outside this morning, it is not great. It's rough. It is rough. Doesn't feel fantastic. So, hopefully you don't have to go in it. We're going to church. My family usually goes to either a 9 o'clock service or an 11 o'clock service. We're going to the 11 o'clock today. Just, kind of let the snow get out of here a little bit and, be a little bit better out there on the roads. It shouldn't be as windy across Colorado Springs by 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock as it is out there right now. So there you go. If you would like to join me live, you can put one of these links into your phone early this morning and give us a report where you are. Lynn is joining us this morning. She says, thank you for the weather. Well, let's be clear, Lynn, for the weather report. I wouldn't have ordered this weather. I didn't bring this weather. I don't want to be responsible for it. But thank you for your kind comment. Millie Jo says, thanks for your dedication. You're very welcome, Millie Jo. I appreciate that. So, this is it's a fun change. I wish we were getting more snow than this, to be honest with you, because we need the water. But I don't love when we get the impacts here. So We've got somebody else joining us this morning, so let's bring her in, and we'll have a little conversation early this morning, see where she is hanging out from. Good morning, ma'am. Where are you joining us from? Oh, she just bailed out. Oh, I don't know if she had an issue there. Oh, there's looks like she's trying to come back in. We'll see. We'll give her a couple minutes here and see where she's joining us from. She was on her couch. She looked nice and warm. She had a sweater on. I'll give her another chance to come back here early this morning. Why am I getting? I need to log off of that call. Okay. All right. Well, she was working on it. We'll give her an opportunity to see what was happening. Wanda this morning. This is kudos, so I'll take this. Thanks, Wanda. Appreciate it. Forecast spot on. We are doing pretty good with this one, no doubt about that. So here's where we are right now. Getting those travel issues like I thought we'd kind of, have that problem early this morning. The snow's there, the wind's there, the visibility there, the ice is there. No doubt about that. And then we will see some improvement starting in the late morning and then through the afternoon. But the places that are going to hold on to it longest up across the Palmer Divide, where, man, it's a nasty one early this morning. We've got high wind warnings in effect for the balance of the day. You can see over the mountain areas, the northern Sangre de Cristos, the mountains west of Salida and Buena Vista, the Collegiate Peaks. My friends at the Weather Service have that up until 3 p.m. The wind was the easy part of this forecast. Up across northeastern Colorado, Palmer Divide, up through Denver and the northeastern plains. It's up through 3 o'clock. A high wind warning for southern Colorado is up until 7 east of the mountains. My hunch is that will be taken down early today because I think after we get past about 10 o'clock, the likelihood of damaging wind gusts is going to go down. But obviously that's going to impact you if you have plans outside today. So no doubt about that. Let's watch what's happened with the temperatures because this is a computer model here. And it had the right idea. We were actually at 55 in Colorado Springs at midnight, but we were in the 60s for Pueblo and the plains. But we have dropped like a rock early this morning, so it has the right idea here. And notice that the temps don't recover as we move into the afternoon. So we have been as warm as we are going to be, and we're just going to be feeling colder than the temperatures actually are. Because of the wind for the balance of the day. Right now, if you throw in the feel with the wind, it feels like 9 in Colorado Springs. So that doesn't feel great. We've got A. Lucero joining in this morning. Thanks for this today. Very big thank you for having Hanover on your map earlier. We don't see this often with the wind trying to move us further south. It's nice. That's a pretty good one. I like that. It's trying to move all of us south this morning. I'm going to use that in the future. That's pretty good. Trying to move us farther south. That's a good one. Oh, that's really funny. You are welcome. I love Hanover. I love the folks that Hanover have been out to the school there to do school talks before, and it's a great place. What a change from this time yesterday. This map in the afternoon, I might actually have to change my color table because some of us might be 40 degrees colder. When we hit like 11 o'clock this morning, some of us might be like 40 degrees colder from what we were 24 hours ago. Just a fascinating day of change. Woodland Park is still getting snow, 18 degrees, and certainly icy on Highway 24. Let's see how the pass is, though, coming down Highway 24 between Colorado Springs and Woodland Park. You will see improvement. I mean, you drop in elevation. That's noticeably better in Cascade, where that thermometer, I'm not sure that's right, is measuring 37. That's probably not right. But that road certainly looks better. No doubt about that. So as you are traveling up or down Ute Pass, it is going to be different. Let's look at some of the mountain areas here early this morning. If you are going to head skiing, you might be interested in this. And we've got a little bit of time this morning, so we'll check things out in Copper Mountain. Looks like we're getting some snow there. We'll check out the base of Peak 8 in Breckenridge, and we've got snow plastered onto the camera. That's good news. We want that. It's going to be a rough week of snow melt up in the mountains, though. We're going to do some serious work on the snow. Look at that warp speed at Monarch early this morning. One of the snow cats there on the bunny hill, and it looks like the wind knocked that camera kind of off to the side a little bit. It usually doesn't look like that. But you get into Colorado Springs, even at Interquest, we've got snowpack on the road. You come a little bit farther south to the Air Force Academy, and we're holding some snow as well. So those areas that we thought we were going to have problems this morning, and that flash freeze that I've been talking about for 3 days now, that's where we are. Got a gentleman that has joined us on the stream here. Sir, I don't know if this guy, he doesn't have a shirt on, I saw. Well, I don't know if I should, he's laughing about that. So I'm gonna bring him in. Let me get the double box up with you. It's funny. I feel like I'm pulling a risk here, but sir, good morning. How are you?
Hey.
How are you?
Oh, I'm doing fine. And look, I saw that you're doing your weather this morning, and I was gonna have to go out and run some errands and everything like that, but I wanted to wait and see what the weather's like.
And so where are you joining us from?
Live up in Briargate.
Okay. So it's probably a little bit of ice on some of the roads. Briargate's higher than downtown Colorado Springs. You're not like in the restroom doing your business right now, are you?
Not yet.
Okay, good. I don't want to talk to you while you're on the throne or anything. What's your name?
My name is Mike.
Mike. Okay. Have you been catching my forecast over the last couple days and ready for the change?
Yes.
Okay. Are you this time of year? Do you like when we get these big swings like that? Or are you like, hey, I like the warmth. Bring it on.
Oh, I'm ready for spring. Well, although we really haven't had winter this year anyway, but I'm ready for spring.
I know we haven't. Have you seen things in your yard starting to pop up or kind of wake up at all?
Yep.
What do you have up? You got daffodils or?
Oh, we've got some bushes and some trees, and it's really funny, but they're all starting to pop up right now.
Right. They're which, is kind of an interesting thing. Like they're pretty in tune with the weather, right? Like they come up when it's time to come up, and that varies from year to year. How long have you lived in Briargate?
Well, I was born here in College Springs, and we've been up in Briargate for about 30 years.
Okay. Is this one of the weaker winters that you remember?
I can't even call it winter. I really can't. My wife and I, we like to cross country ski, but we only went once this year because the snow just wasn't good at all.
Where do you go usually?
One of our favorite places we like to go to is down to Crested Butte.
Okay. Is that where you went?
Yes, and we were lucky because they had just had a big snowstorm down there, and they had about 60 inches, and it was wonderful.
Okay. Well, yeah, it hasn't been a great winter in the mountains for winter activities as well. What is your favorite part about the weather living here in the Front Range of Colorado?
I think the variety of the weather. I think, if I lived in another area where the weather just stayed the same, I would just get bored. So I really like the variety in the weather.
Okay. I think about that too. Like I grew up in Phoenix, and if I was doing my career in Phoenix, I would be bored out of my mind. Same thing in Hawaii or San Diego or something like that. So I'm with you. I need that kind of yo-yo sort of action. I like it.
Yep. Well, I was going to try to play some golf today, but I can't do that.
Well, that means you didn't trust my forecast, man. If you were planning on that, because, you're certainly not doing that out there today. Well, thanks for starting your day with us. Thanks for checking in from Briargate. I appreciate it. And Mike, you have a good rest of your day, and tell your wife that I said hello, okay?
Thanks a lot. You guys are absolutely the best. Love what you've done.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that, my friend. And you know what's cool about that is it's just me. There's no one else here. There's no one helping me. I'm the janitor. I'm the IT department. I'm the graphics designer. I'm the social media manager. I'm the video production specialist, the meteorologist. I'm all of it, man. Peaks2Plains Weather. Although I may have somebody that's helping me coming up here, maybe in April. Been having some conversations. And Peaks2Plains Weather is going to grow over the next couple of years, and we are going to bring on some other folks to do weather with us. Doug is a staff member at the Ronald McDonald House in Colorado Springs. I am a board member there, and he's checking in this morning, and he says that he has a couple inches in Woodland Park. Thanks for that report, Doug. Looked like that on the camera up there. Pueblo West, Ruthie is checking in and says that we woke up around 5 o'clock this morning. The wind woke them up. You see her and her special person right there. Thanks for the forecast. Love watching you. Ruthie, thank you so much. I am glad that you find it useful, and I'm glad that you have found Peaks2Plains Weather. And so I'll take a moment here, and since a lot of you that maybe don't have a chance to join us on some other mornings are joining us, I try to get everybody to the Peaks2Plains app, because that's where it's easiest to kind of drill down for where you are in my forecast. And also when there are issues, I can send alerts kind of neighborhood by neighborhood, town by town, and let you know what's happening. That will be very useful in thunderstorm season. If we are getting, if we have some fires at some point over the next couple of months, I can help you. So if you find value in what I'm doing and you haven't downloaded the app yet, please do so. And please, share it with your friends. I mean, I haven't done any advertising for what I am doing as of yet. Kind of doing, like word of mouth groundswell for the first few months. I am going to do some advertising here as we get into the middle part of the year. And grow what I am doing. But if you find value in this, I'd be grateful if you shared it with your friends. Millie Joe is checking in here. This is funny. Millie Joe, you guys are making me laugh. She says, do I make my own coffee too? Oh, yeah, I do make my own coffee. In fact, I need to maybe go get a little bit more because I'm drinking it too slow. If you guys don't know how much coffee I drink, I get about 6 to 7 of these bad boys. This is a bigger kind of mug here. I get about 6 to 7 of these down a day. I usually make like a latte, one latte, like a sugary kind of thing. And then the rest of it is just straight black coffee. And, if you don't know this, I do have an official coffee provider of Peaks2Plains Weather. It's American Classic Coffee. Spence roasts it here in town. And the thing about his coffee that I love is it is so smooth. I've had all of his roasts. They all have different flavors, and I love, comparing it to the taste notes, but they're all so smooth. They're so good. It's just delicious. Ruthie said, sorry, I called you Mike. Oh, yeah, she did. It's okay, Ruthie. I get that sometimes. Okay, time to check in on the radar here. Every about, 10, 15 minutes, I want to make sure that I do that. And you can see that the heaviest snow is actually already starting to shift to the south. Do you see how there's darker blue along Highway 50 than there is farther to the north? The jet streak is moving through here so fast today. Over the next couple of hours, your chance of getting some rain it's all snow out across the eastern plains is in like the next 90 minutes down here. Because after that, when the big lift from the jet kind of heads off to the south, that north wind at the surface is going to take over, and this is all going to go away. We'll keep holding it up here across the Palmer Divide, but for the rest of us, whatever you're going to get comes in about the next 2 or 3 hours, and then we're kind of done. And I can show you that, and the computer models have had a good handle on that, at least the one I've been showing you. Do you know that some computer models have hardly had any precipitation forecast early this morning? Yeah. I mean, it's one of those classic situations, though, where I knew it was going to do more than some of those models were showing. So let's take it through the balance here of the day, right? Here's about where we are right now. This model on Skycast, which is why this is the one I've been showing you for 5 days now, has been doing pretty well. And you can see even by 10 o'clock, and it's probably doing this a little too slow, actually. It starts to get rid of that moisture across the plains, but it holds on to it against a couple terrain features here by the late part of the morning. So it's driving that north wind into the northeast slopes of the wet mountains off to the south of Pueblo. And that north wind is lifting from the South Platte River in Denver to the spine of the Palmer Divide. And there's a little bit of carryover into northern El Paso County. So you guys are the ones that are going to hold it longest. And that's why we've got that area with some of the heavier snow amounts up across the Palmer Divide, with a few spots getting somewhere between 3 and 7 inches. So that's what's going to fall. Not that you're going to measure it, though, because there has been some melting after the snow falls early this morning. Vicky is checking in north of Sugar City out over the plains. Vicky, I have a question for you. So if you're still with me, please answer this question. Is it snowing where you are right now? Dust in the air. Yeah, I'm not surprised by that. It's been so dry with how strong the wind is. That's not great. What a crappy morning that is. Falling temperatures, gusty wind, and dust. Ugh. That gives you an indication of what kind of winter we've had, right? Like that situation right there. But Vicky, let me know if some of that snow's making it down to the ground, because radar is seeing it. And, radar doesn't, this is an important time to talk about this, actually. Radar doesn't tell us what is happening at the ground. It tells us what's happening where the radar beam is. Now, the radar in southern Colorado is right here. See that little, how there's no snow being picked up right there? Because that's where the radar site is. So the radar beam shoots out in 360 degrees away from that radar site. But because the Earth, the curvature of the Earth is falling away from that radar beam, it goes out. The lowest tilt is about a half degree from the radar. And so when you get farther and farther away from the radar, the lowest beam is farther and farther above your head. In Colorado Springs, it's about 15 to 2,500 feet above our head, depending what part of town you're in. And so it doesn't tell us what is happening at the surface. It tells us what's happening aloft. And so it's seeing snowflakes, but some of those may not be making it down to the ground. So Vicky, let me know if you are getting that early this morning. Leon is checking in from Canyon City and says he has little wind. And that is something that makes sense. And there's a reason for that, because in Canyon City, we have that wind has to go around Pikes Peak. So while you've got it howling out of the north out here, this big mountain shields some of that from you because it forces wind around the mountain. And so you down here, at least right now, are getting a little bit less, which good for you, because the wind isn't fun this morning. So Leon, good on you for that. I'm jealous. Vicky says, it's still dark, Matt. I can't tell if there's no snow, Matt, yet anyways. So, okay, not all of that's making it down to the ground. Sugar City out in Crowley County off to the north of Highway 50. And so that's a good report. That is our weather together. That's what Peaks2Plains Weather is all about. Let's check Canyon City and see if we've moistened up the atmosphere enough to get that down to the ground yet either. Not there at our camera. Man, that is fascinating to me with how intense the radar returns are this morning. I'm sure some folks are getting some, but that's pretty wild. That's crazy. That is just crazy. Fascinating. I still haven't done this weather so long here. I still see things that just are incredible. Just to the south of Canyon, some of this is probably making it down to the ground. And I say that because you start running into the northern parts of the wet mountains down here. You get south of Williamsburg, you get south of Florence. You do have the wet mountains back in here. So the snowflakes don't have as far to fall. So if you head south on 67, back toward 96 over the wet mountains, back toward the Wet Mountain Valley, I mean, some of this is probably making it down to the ground. I'd be shocked if it wasn't. But that's why we get the ground reports, right? You never know. Okay, in Colorado Springs now, we're seeing what we call the classic donut hole starting to open up. So see that here, how from around Fountain out toward Hanover, we've seen radar kind of that echo get away. That's because we've got that north wind that's developing this morning, and that sink off the Palmer Divide is working its magic. But the area's getting snow. It's still coming down pretty good. And remember, radar has limitations. It's not the end all be all of weather tools, because the radar beam can't get through Pikes Peak. It runs into a big bunch of granite. So it's not real useful to help us with what's happening back here. In fact, a lot of times when you're looking in Teller County, I don't use the radar in northeastern Colorado. I use the radar that is at DIA or south of DIA. In fact, I'll take the other radars off and look at the Denver radar back here. So that's what I'm showing you as of now. And it has limitations as well, but it usually sees, especially when we're talking thunderstorms and whatnot, like if there's a storm off to the north of Divide and northwest of Woodland Park, I use the radar that's at Front Range Airport because it can see back here behind Pikes Peak where the radar in Pueblo County can't get past America's Mountain. So hopefully that makes sense. But looks like we're getting still some pretty good snow up across the northern parts of the Pikes Peak region, which isn't a big surprise given that we have that terrain enhancement. So check the traffic cams up there and see if ground truth matches what we're seeing on radar. Yeah, coming down pretty good in Woodland Park. Not a fun commute this morning, but it's actually better up there than it is on the Palmer Divide because you throw the wind into the equation, and that has produced the flash freeze early this morning. So it's a nasty one, no doubt about that. We tried to get you ready for that, and hopefully you were prepared. So if you want to join me this morning and give a report from where you are, I'd love to talk to somebody in Black Forest, Monument, Northgate, Flying Horse, out toward Falcon to see kind of what it looks like out there either. Sharon says, pretty nasty. It's blowing snow out here in Peyton proper, off to the northeast of Falcon a little bit. Leon says no rain near the hogbacks either. So, yeah, not all of that making it down to the ground. Jeremy woke up in Pueblo and says it's dry but very windy. And Danica has a great spot in Colorado, and she has 15 degrees near Rampart Reservoir, and she says looks like we maybe have an inch of snow. So it kind of depends where you are early this morning. Danica, thanks for that report. She gets some incredible time lapses looking back across UPass toward Pikes Peak. So that's where we're sitting early this morning. Not all of that over the plains making it down to the ground, but we're sure seeing snowflakes up in the sky, and we could use the moisture, as you know, so that's unfortunate. I mean, I think if it's going to be windy and it's going to be cold, we might as well get the moisture, even though for some of us, the higher terrain of the Pikes Peak region, it is not a fun morning to get around as we thought would be the case. So let's do extended forecast here because we are going to get onto the other end of the weather spectrum pretty quickly here as we head through the week. And it's because we're going to see this big ridge of high pressure that comes into the area. So overnight tonight, we're going to have some single digits over the Palmer Divide, maybe parts of Teller County as well. And a lot of us are going to wake up in the teens, but you see the 20s over the western slope and for Salida and Saguache. That's warmer air that is trying to come over the Continental Divide early tomorrow morning, and it will do so. I mean, we'll get rid of whatever snow ends up being out there today, tomorrow, because we'll have a lot of sun and we'll be in the 40s and 50s. But behind that, we are shoving all this cold air from today off to the east, and a big ridge builds in. And, all storm systems and all weather features in the atmosphere are not the same. That ridge that's centered over Arizona is going to get Phoenix into the 100s this week. And it has the strength of something that we usually see in mid to late May. And it is going to produce very, very warm air over the western U.S. And our records in Colorado Springs are at risk Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. We may set, look at that, I got to count on my fingers. Tired. I think we set records at least 3 of those days and maybe 4. The highest record is Wednesday and it's 80. And then Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, it's in the upper 70s from what I remember. And so we should take those out pretty easy. And in Pueblo, we're going to be around 90. If the wind is a little bit more noticeable, like breezes, I'm saying, for Friday and Saturday, we might be hotter than what I'm showing you there. But Pueblo, we may set 3 days of records or 4 days of records as well, Wednesday through Saturday. Now, if you're talking 90 in Pueblo, you're like someplace like Aspen or some of the ski resort bases, you're probably talking 60 degrees, maybe even into the 60s. And it's dry air, and that is going to just hammer the snowpack at the mountains this week. So, our not great snowpack is just going to get worse. All right, some of the rest of you checking in here early this morning. Rick is checking in from Florence. He's got 46 degrees, but that's going to go downhill early this morning. Jane's checking in from Security. She's down to 25, and on the south end of the metro area, that downslope off the Palmer Divide doesn't have much snow. And Marty says, thanks for being on air. You're welcome, Marty. And Hanover's got a little wisp of snow, lots of wind, 30 miles an hour. And wouldn't it be Hanover if it wasn't a truckload of dust? A couple reports of blowing dust from the plains this morning. Yeah, that shows us what kind of winter it's been as well. Not amazing. In fact, let's check out the gusts here as we are at 620 now. That's the model data. Let me pull up the current wind gusts across the area. And I do have some zoomed in maps. Let's look at those. So here's a look at the Rampart Range, kind of looking from north side of Colorado Springs back toward the Rampart Range this morning. Some of those gusts aren't all that impressive. Right now, 34 at the Cadet area, but that is on the other end of the spectrum from some parts of the plains where Pueblo, it's gusting to 74 miles an hour right now, my friends. Wow. North at 40, gusting to 74. Woo! I'm going to grab that, and I'm going to post that on social media, so give me a second here. Oh, my goodness sakes. That's amazing. I mean, that's hurricane force wind. All right, crew, hang with me. I can't really type and talk at the same time, but I want to get that on social media because that's incredible. All right. Let me put that on the social here. If you don't follow me on social, you can follow Peaks2Plains Weather. You can also follow me, the WX Meister. Okay. Thanks for the patience. Okay. That'll work. Let me get that in a couple other spots. That's why it'll be good to have somebody else with me on Peaks2Plains Weather, because while one of us is kind of doing the presentation part, somebody else can kind of keep information going, like while we would tag team coverage on social media. Let me get that in one other spot here and get that out there. There we go. Okay. Jeremy says it sounds crazy wind outside in Pueblo like that. Yeah, man. I mean, 74 miles an hour, Jeremy. That's no joke. That is just amazing. Doug asks, what's the wind forecast for next week with those warm temps? That's a good question, and I have been talking about this the last few days, so since you just asked it, let's go back to that. As we move through the week here, we should get a couple of days where we don't get a ton of wind, Doug. So see how as we head into the middle part of the week and the ridge comes in from the west, in particular by about, let's say, Wednesday there. See how across the northern plains, those black lines are closer together than they are over Colorado? Our wind probably isn't as strong there as we move from Wednesday into Thursday as it is as we get toward the weekend and we take that high off to the south. We probably see the wind pick up a little bit. But northwest flow is interesting here in the middle part of the week because for the orientation of the Rockies, sometimes that allows the wind to, kind of come down the hills and be enhanced a little bit. So we'll have to see. I will say if we get days where it's breezy, we are going to have high fire danger days, and we'll have red flag warnings, no doubt about that, because the humidity will be really, really low. Marty's checking in from Cuchara's got 46 and no wind. Cuchara on the west side of the Spanish Peaks, kind of protected back there a little bit. So that's good news for you, Marty. Thanks for checking in here early this morning. And wow, 75 mile an hour wind in Pueblo. That's fascinating. Just love it. I mean, I had that forecast, but you see those actual numbers come in, and it's pretty amazing. So north at 40, gusting to 74, down to 34 degrees. Pueblo West might be getting a couple flurries in a couple spots. Canyon City, we've had radar echo over us this morning, still 43 coming down, but we haven't really seen wind pick up too bad. Let's look at the forecast here on the wind for Colorado Springs here over the next 48 hours. So you can see that we keep the gusts going through today, and then into tomorrow and Tuesday, the wind is going to be very, very light. And so as we, start to get under that ridge, maybe it's not too bad there, but that may change for the late part of the week, like I said. You see here, as we look at this model data early tomorrow morning, we're down into the teens. We will have some single digits up to the north on the Palmer Divide, but then we get into the 40s. So by the time we hit tomorrow afternoon, most of the snow from today is going to be gone. Some of that's going to keep melting through the day today. And we get that wind to transition to the northwest by the time we get into early Tuesday morning, and we'll keep northwest wind going into the middle part of the week. The question is just, how strong will it be? Looking at Woodland Park for today, as we check out by the numbers, is going to be a lot different than Pueblo, where after about 9 o'clock, see how the strong gusts come down and the computer model not picking up on the strength of the gusts very well early this morning. We'll keep the wind going maybe a little bit longer from a gusty perspective, obviously on the slopes of Pikes Peak, higher in the atmosphere. Wind a little bit stronger as a generality sometimes. But even in Woodland Park tomorrow, we'll get into the 40s. And so the snow that we've got this morning is going to be gone by tomorrow afternoon because the sun this time of year just does a number on the roads. So let's see. I have 2 cameras in Woodland Park into my system. Let's see what this other one looks like. So here's that morning sun on the east side of town. Snow coming down real heavy there. And that's probably up to about 3 inches of snow now, I would guess, because I had a report earlier of a little bit more than 2. And that's obviously not a fun morning to be on the roads. In contrast, you come down Ute Pass into Cascade, it's snowing, but the road gets a heck of a lot better as you drop in elevation. And Cascade, about the same elevation as the north side of the Springs. Yeah, probably pretty close. But, exposed with the north wind, it's a different situation as you head north. We'll just take you north on I-25 this morning. If you're thinking about heading into Denver, there's icy roads by the time you hit the north side of the Springs and you get to Monument. That's really rough early this morning. And you get to Castle Rock and the snow is rough there as well. People are taking it slow and you get into the south side of Denver. The road is just wet and the snow there has pulled back. We looked at this about, 45 minutes ago. And it was a little bit rough at I-25 and Lincoln. This is a little farther north than Lincoln, actually. That's the E470 ramp there, but you can see the road is just wet there. So there is some improvement. So the Palmer Divide, as expected, getting the worst of it early this morning because that's where the worst combination of wind and elevation is. And there are still some bursts of snow up there that are reducing visibility as you drive north on I-25. Same issue if you're heading north on 83, you're heading out toward Kiowa, Elizabeth, Franktown, all up in here is where travel conditions are, kind of the worst. And that's the typical spots. If you've lived up there, that's not a surprise to you in these situations. All right, we've got somebody that just tried to pop in there on the call, and we'll see if she can get back in there. She was in for a second, and then she dropped out. If you would like to join this morning, you can do so by using these links. You can give me a report from where you are, maybe open the front door, and we'll see what you've got. So, ma'am, if you are trying to get back in, hit refresh and come back in and join me. A couple folks have had some issues with that depending what browser you're on. But we'll see. All right, hourly wind forecast. Here's another way to kind of look at this over the next few hours for Colorado Springs. As we move into the afternoon, we'll keep the strength on the sustained winds, but it's the gusts, the strength of the gusts that will pull back a little bit. And the snow will be on the decrease, and except for the very northern parts of El Paso County as we head into the afternoon, that snow will be gone. So we're holding on to these rough conditions for another 2 hours, let's say, for the north side, like at I-25 and Academy, and for Briargate, but then we'll start to see that snow end up a little bit farther to the north, and the downslope kind of takes over. So fascinating conditions here early this morning. But you should have been ready for this if you were watching Peaks2Plains Weather. I mean, I've seen this before. We'll see this one again. I knew this was one of those ones where computer models just don't have a handle on some of the differences in terrain that we get. And, forecasting weather is hard, crew. Like even this morning, I mean, we're looking at a real-time tool here, and across the plains from Pueblo out to La Junta, it looks like it's hammering, right? But it's not. Not all of that is making it down to the ground. But we have had a couple reports this morning of some blowing dust. So, pretty dang wild here early this morning. Don't have any snow squall warnings or anything like that right now. We had a couple that were issued, or at least there were some bursts earlier this morning as the front was coming in. And we still have some localized bursts this morning up across the Palmer Divide. But, haven't seen any snow squall warnings as of yet in the last little bit. But, man, there certainly are some places up there where the visibility is down really, really low just due to the intensity of the snow and the wind blowing that around. Not a fun morning to be driving up across the Palmer Divide and even northern parts of El Paso County. Let's check out Falcon. We haven't done that in a little bit. I mean, it's icy there for sure, but that is a different situation than that in Monument, right? Here's I-25 and Baptist. And look at those trucks, man. They threw in the towel. A couple of them there. We got 3, at least 2. There might be another one up to the north of there. But they've thrown in the towel there. And I don't know if it looks like plows have been through. Might be a situation where maybe CDOT was looking at, some different forecasts and maybe don't have plows out. They might be scrambling a little bit this morning. It's certainly a possibility because where you see on the lanes of travel there, that looks more like cars have kind of moved some of the snow off to the side versus plows having gone through. I've seen that before too, So, all right. If you are just joining us, thanks for joining Peaks2Plains Weather. We'll do a little bit of a reset here. I'm going to take a short break, and I'll be back right after this. Don't go anywhere. I do need to keep the lights on, so hang tight.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed His grace on thee.
Here's to 150 years of the state we call home.
At Phil Long Ford Motor City, we've been around for 80 years. That's like 560 dog years. Basically, we're the top dogs of Colorado. And thanks to our deals, selection, and service, we've earned some pretty loyal customers. And our GM, Mark, he's the most loyal guy I know. Even after I chewed up his shoe, it was delicious.
Great trucks, amazing deals, and belly rubs for dogs. Come see why Colorado drives Phil Long Ford Motor City. Hey guys, where's my shoe?
Emergencies are unpredictable, but you don't have to be unprepared. Peak Alerts sends you targeted emergency alerts in real time for the places that matter to you most, so you know what's happening and what to do next. Know first, act fast. That's the power of Peak Alerts.
Alrighty, you are watching Peaks2Plains Weather. I am Chief Meteorologist Matt Meister here on this Sunday morning that has pretty significantly changed things from what we had this time yesterday. Thanks for joining me here this morning, crew. And I want to show you where our wind gusts were yesterday. I did this before I kind of wrapped up for the night. 66 mile an hour gust at the Air Force Academy, between 50 and 55 yesterday in a lot of other areas on what was a warm day for sure. The high temperatures across the region yesterday were very warm. We hit 73 in the Springs. We had 80s from Pueblo off to the east. And Alamosa hit 70 yesterday and set a new record. We missed the record in Colorado Springs. It was 75, and we got close at 73 yesterday. But then we have seen things change up overnight in a really big way. Just watch overnight how quick the snow starts heading south across Wyoming into Colorado. And we're just getting the tail end of this thing because we've got a blizzard developing up across the northern high plains, across Minnesota, Wisconsin, into Chicago later on today, into tomorrow morning. And this real strong jet streak that has been coming in here from the northwest, and we're on the nose of that jet in a very favorable position for lift, for air coming down from the higher elevations over the mountains of Colorado. So we've got high wind warnings in effect for a lot of areas through the day today. So for the northern Sangre de Cristos, the mountains in west, on these kind of eastern slopes of the Collegiate Peaks, Tabernash, they're off to the west of Salida. Tabernash, is that the peak that's there? I think so. Until 3 o'clock this afternoon. High wind warnings into the afternoon for the rest of the area as well. We've seen gusts to 74 miles per hour this morning in Pueblo. That's what we have right now. That's nothing to sneeze at, folks. So watch 55 miles per hour. And up across Monarch Pass right now, we are getting a wind gust to 58. So, you know, that is significant wind out there early this morning, and that is just making it feel colder than it is. So the actual air temperatures this morning have plummeted. We're in the teens and 20s already across the Pikes Peak region, the Palmer Divide, and Teller County, and we're down into the 30s for a lot of areas east of the mountains as we get our day underway, and we're really not going to change too much today. We'll keep those things kind of down sort of where we are. Throw in the wind, though, it feels colder than that. It's 9 on the wind chill in Colorado Springs this morning. Eads at 16, Pueblo at 19, Walsenburg down to 18. So the wind is just kind of, you know, rubbing our nose in it a little bit. And we've seen reports of blowing dust from a couple people out across the plains. In fact, I'm going to pass that on to my friends at the Weather Service here. Type that to them, just so they know. And compared to this time yesterday, we are about 15 to 30 degrees colder east of the mountains than we were 24 hours ago. And as the sun comes up, that is going to just be sort of exacerbated and get more stark, the change between Saturday and Sunday. Notice as we head into the afternoon here, the numbers really don't move too much. So for a lot of us, it's going to be a 40-degree drop from what we had yesterday. And the strongest wind gusts, the potential for these 70-ish mile an hour gusts will continue here for the next few hours. And then by the late part of the morning, we start to see the likelihood of that, or the potential for that, drop off. Over the mountains, we'll still have the potential for some gusts up over 60 miles per hour into the early afternoon. But while it'll still stay windy for the balance of the day, the potential for damaging wind gusts is going to drop off as we move into the afternoon. And the snow is going to work out like this. This is kind of, SkyCast has a good handle on where we're seeing radar echo right now. But multiple reports from you guys have said that a lot of that over the plains is not making it down to the ground as of yet. And here's why. That strong north wind is sinking from the Palmer Divide, running from Monument out across Elbert County, south of I-70 there through Lincoln County up to the north of Eads, and then sinks to the Arkansas River. So it's just eating away at that precipitation. We see that oftentimes. And so as we move through the late part of the morning, the likelihood of even getting that on radar is going to drop off. But notice how we hold some snow along the northeastern slopes of the Wet Mountains, and then up across the Palmer Divide, the northeastern slopes of Pikes Peak, northern El Paso County, Douglas, and Elbert County, because that's where that north wind, the lift from that north wind, is maximized on the Palmer Divide before it starts sinking as it moves south across El Paso County into Pueblo County along the river. I mean, Pueblo, we're at 4,600 feet and some change. And so, you know, from 7,800 feet on the spine of the Palmer Divide down to 4,600 feet. And that's 3,000 feet of sink over 65 miles. So that impacts weather. And that is a pretty significant difference. Then we head into the overnight. We'll get rid of the clouds. We'll get rid of the snow here. And for those of us that have snow on the ground by tomorrow morning up across the Palmer Divide, probably into the single digits as we get our Monday underway. A lot of us will be in the teens here. And so we've got somebody that has joined us now. And let me bring him in here, and we'll talk to him early this morning. Good morning, sir. How are you? Oh, I don't hear you. Let's see.
Oh, boy.
There we go. No, I got you now. How are you this morning?
Okay. Good, sir. How you doing? I wanted to pop in today. I appreciate you doing this for us.
Yeah, of course. Where are you at? I see the snow.
Yes, sir. I'm currently, if you can, it's about the Vollmer and Hodgen area up there. And I just wanted to kind of bring in some of the conditions that we have currently.
Yeah, no, this is exactly what Peaks2Plains Weather is about right here. So you're in northern El Paso County. I drive out on Hodgen a lot. You're in a spot that kind of gets the worst of the wind and the snow. How much do you have, would you guess?
Well, I tell you what, Matt, it's a little bit, it's hard to tell because it's windy and everything like that. But,
Right.
you know, if I were to guess, about an inch, maybe 2 inches right now. But
Okay.
I see in some areas it can be almost close to 3 inches.
Right, I see a little bit of drifting there on the deck. How long have you lived there?
We've been here about 15 years.
Okay.
Up into the forest there.
Well, you live in a beautiful part of Colorado, but you get some of our squirrelier weather. What do you do when, you know, I mean, obviously, I think you can get around today. There's not enough snow for it to be a blizzard, but you've certainly had times where you haven't been able to leave the house before. Can you work from home, or do you kind of plan accordingly, or are you in the service? I see you've got the Air Force hoodie on there.
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, I'm a retired Air Force vet, and so the wife currently right now is the moneymaker.
Okay, well,
So-
thanks to her for making that money, but thanks to you for your service to our country, sir. I appreciate it. Where did you, were you stationed like at the academy or Schriever or Peterson, or did you just retire here?
Well, no, I actually worked down in Fort Carson with the 4ID
Oh,
for a
nice.
little bit for 4 years. Towards the end of my career, and then I went ahead and retired
Okay.
here.
So
So,
you're one.
but,
There are many people that in the course of their service that come here regardless of which installation they're at. And you're like, that was a dang nice place. Let's go back and retire there. So how long have you been retired?
Well, I retired in 2014. So doing the quick math, I think it's been about 12 years.
12 years. There you go. Awesome. How strong is the wind then? I see you're kind of protected by the trees a little bit, but have you had strong gusts this morning?
And you're right about that. We are protected by the trees, but it's the gusts. If I were to guess, man, I don't. I used to be able to do the landing and the drop zones down in Fort Carson, so I wish I had all the weather instrumentation. But if I were to guess, it's maybe about 10 knots.
Okay.
As far as that kind of goes. But it gets up to maybe about 20, 25.
Right. Well, being in the trees, that's the benefit of that. And the reason that people plant windbreaks on farms and things like that is to protect them a little bit. Are you kind of looking forward to this change that we have? Like, are you enjoying it? Because it's a big difference from yesterday.
Well, to tell you the truth, I grew up in Buffalo, and the older I get, I'm kind of looking forward to the warmer weather.
You know what? There is something to that. My dad grew up in Iowa, and they moved to Arizona in the 70s when they were pregnant with me. And when he comes to visit with my mom and we get this kind of thing, man, he doesn't want to go outside. He just is not down with it. He's like, I live in Phoenix for a reason. I don't like this stuff, and I'm not going out in it today. So he kind of mirrors you, I think.
Yeah. I think the older we get, we kind of gravitate to that.
Yeah. Well, I think you earn that as part of it, right? Like you deserve the right to be comfortable. So, well,
I appreciate that.
Thanks for checking in this morning. I get a sense, and I've looked at the camera in Monument, but where you are in a situation like this, what's the bigger issue if you were going to go out this morning? Is it the visibility? Like if you get into an open spot, have you found over the years, or is it the ice that's created with the strong north wind that you get?
So that's a very good point, because a lot of times we get a little bit surprised, because we're protected with the trees and everything like that. So we don't really account for the wind. But as soon as we get out of the trees, the drifts and everything like that could reduce visibility. And so my main concern, a lot of times, and specifically today, where we had warmer weather, right, and then the ground is particularly warm, so you got some freezing going on the surface of the roads. Right. So and then if you drive a truck or anything like that, the back end can slip out more easily. So my main concern for today would definitely be visibility because of the gusts, and then the freezing road conditions.
Yep. I think you nailed it. We're looking at Monument right here, and that's what they've got this morning. This is a look at Baptist, and you're a little bit higher where you are with that camera. So that is so great to see the snow blowing behind you. When I built Peaks2Plains, this is the exact kind of thing that I envisioned. One of the things we used to get criticized about when I was doing the news on TV was, you guys tell us not to go out in it, and then you put your people out in it. And so it's nice to just be able to get a report from you at your house. You don't have to go anywhere, and you can share that with us. So thank you so much. I have enjoyed this conversation this morning. Thank you for your service, sir. And I appreciate it. And thanks for getting your weather forecast from Peaks2Plains.
Appreciate you, Matt. I really do appreciate this site. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good day. That is just fantastic. That's the exact kind of thing that we are looking for here. So if you want to do that, you can join us. Go to your browser on your phone like that gentleman just did, and you put one of these links in there. I did put these links into my social media posts. So if you're watching on Facebook or if you're watching on YouTube, you can get those links there. I have those links in the app this morning. You can click directly to them from the push alert that I did telling people that I'm live this morning. If you haven't downloaded the app yet, you should. You can get it on Peaks2PlainsWeather.com. You can just search Peaks2Plains, the number 2, with no space between those two things, in the App Store or Google Play. And you can just download the Peaks2Plains Weather app. If you haven't been to the website yet, I want to take you there and show you some of the things that you can get. because I do have a weather command center right there on the home page, and you can put your location in the search bar there, and it'll change the current conditions to where you are. You get the hourly forecast here on the side. You can zoom in on radar. If you come down to the bottom right-hand corner here, you can change from radar to clouds and radar. You can look at wind gusts. You can look at temperature. You can look at road conditions early this morning. That's a super helpful tool, tells you where different things are happening on the road. If we get lightning, you can overlay lightning strikes down here. You can overlay storm tracks, and you can save maps that you find useful so that when you come back in there next time, that same information is ready for you to go. And you can also look at what is happening in the future. So right now I'm in the past, and so if I loop this, I see what has happened over the last several hours. But if I click on future right here, I get computer model information for what is going to happen in the future. And if I use the slider and bring it back to about the current time, I'll see how things change going forward into the future. And it's loading all of this data up right now. But if I pull this slider back to where we are now, I can loop that into the future. I can zoom in and zoom out. So here we take it from right now into a couple hours from now, and we can see how things start breaking up over the Eastern Plains. So the same things that I've been talking about here with the computer models in my fancy weather system, you can look at yourself. And then you can go down here and you, again, can change the location for where you are. But look at this detailed information that I had in there, talking about the snow this morning, the impacts, what a change it is, whiteouts, all of that stuff that you may have not gotten in other places. You've been able to get it here for Peaks2Plains Weather. I have been talking about today's weather for 5 days. So hopefully you were not, surprised by this. I showed this map. Let me pull it up. 4 days ago. Was talking about this morning when there were some other forecasts in town that had no snow. So, I'm not trying to boast. I'm trying to say, if you don't want to be surprised by weather, and not that I'm not going to mess anything up, it's weather forecasting. It's predicting the future. That happens. But I've been doing this for 25 years. I've seen this situation a bunch of times where the computer models, I just know that they don't have a good handle on things. So we are going to see some improvement here as we head into the afternoon. Okay, let's see. Let's check in with social media. Quinetta says she does have snow where she is at in Crystal Hills, up above Manitou Springs. How many more hours of snow? Pedro says. Pedro, I don't know where you are, so let me know, and I will answer that question for you. Karen's checking in this morning, says, boy, did you call it yesterday. Pueblo West, the wind came in with a vengeance. Her Bernese Mountain Dog waiting for some snow soon. I'm not sure you are going to get some of that snow where you are. We've got radar echo over you, but we just haven't seen any as of yet. And she says she hopes my rose bush makes it. I was talking about that, I think yesterday. I have this rose bush that has, the leaves are out to an extent that it just has not been since I've been in where I'm at, my house. I've been in my house for 10 years, maybe 11 years now, but it's never looked like this in the middle part of March. And, for some of those things that are doing that, usually it's the hardier things that come out first so they can kind of handle temperature swings. But it's going to be really cold overnight into tomorrow morning. So some of the trees that have been leafing out, we'll see if they make it. That'll kind of be interesting to see here, because tomorrow behind this system with the clearing sky, lighter wind, and especially up on the Palmer Divide where you see I've got us in the single digits, some snow on the ground is going to allow us to get pretty chilly. So Pedro, checking back in. Thanks, Pedro, for answering. Woodman and Mark Scheffel. So up on the northeast side of Colorado Springs around Banning Lewis Ranch is where he is. So let's answer his question by going to the radar here, and we'll zoom in on where he is right now. So we'll find Powers Boulevard, kind of Banning Lewis Ranch there. And you see Mark Scheffel there. So Woodman and Mark Scheffel. So he's somewhere in this area. And he is getting snow now. And if we look at the camera in Falcon, which is the closest spot that I have to him, you can see that's pretty icy looking. And the answer is over the next probably 2 hours or so, Pedro, you should start to see the snow wind down where you are, because I think it's going to end up a little farther off to your north and west. But here's what I've been showing for the last couple of days. With this area of enhanced snow across northern Teller County and up across the spine of the Palmer Divide there, this is going to work out pretty good. I've also been saying this for a number of days, that you're not going to measure what actually fell overnight and is falling this morning, because the ground does have some heat with it. And so that melted that initial snow that fell. And then with the wind and the big temperature drop, we have seen that flash freeze that I've been talking about since Wednesday. This is just a Palmer Divide and higher terrain of the Pikes Peak region classic. We've seen this so many times. And that's not great looking travel right there in Monument. Because not only do we have snow and still bursting in some spots, but we've got wind gusts that have been pretty strong out there this morning. So let me show you the current wind gusts. At last check, we were at 74 miles an hour in Pueblo. Colorado Springs, we're at 41. Kiowa, we're at 40. Lyman, we're at 43. And then you can see there's a couple spots there up against I-25 where the wind isn't as strong. And that kind of matches the gentleman that we talked about up from Volmer, up around Volmer and Hodgen on the north side of the Springs early this morning. Springfield, we're gusting to 51. A few folks have checked in and have said early this morning that they've had some blowing dust out across the plains. That's not a nice way to start the day. I know that. If you are in a spot this morning that has blowing dust, now that we're starting to get the sun up, if you're out in Crowley County or in Otero County, Bent County, Prowers County, Kiowa County, Lincoln County, if you have some dust and you want to show us that, you can put these links that I've got up there into your browser, either on your desktop if you want to stay in the house, or if you want to put it in on your phone and walk outside and show us what's happening, you can do that as well. So I've made that really easy for you to try to join the show, and is why I say Peaks2Plains Weather is our weather together. Joan checking in this morning and says, good morning. Good morning, Joan. Thanks to you. Tammy's got some advice. She says, I have covered my rose bushes with a sheet. Fingers crossed that they survived. Tammy, a former District 49 board member. Good to see you, Tammy. Thanks for watching. Trying to keep those flowers that are going a little bit earlier than they normally do. Maybe I need to put a sheet over mine. I think she was trying to give me a little bit of a heads up there, Tammy. Thanks. I appreciate it. I will do that later on today. I don't have any on there right now, so it's already dealing with some freezing temps, but we'll see how that goes. So if you're just joining us here early this morning, I'll do a radar tour for you, because it's been interesting to watch. You have to know the limitations of the tools that you have at your disposal. I mean, forecasting the weather is hard enough, but even like tracking it and figuring it out in real time is challenging as well. So if we look at the Tamco Live Doppler radar here, which you can look at yourself in the Peaks2Plains Weather app, what you see early this morning is this donut hole that we usually get in these north wind situations, opening up from the south side of the Springs into the Pueblo area. And if I loop this thing, you can see here that, man, it looks like we're getting snow out over the plains, but a lot of people have said, no, where I am, I'm not getting it. I'm just getting some dust. So not all of that is making it down to the ground, but the longer that all sits there, the more the atmosphere below the cloud bases is moistening up, and we have a chance to get some of that down to the ground. But in the next 90 minutes or so, we'll start to see that over the eastern plains break up as the jet lift moves out of here. And so this is our window to get something along Highway 50. So whatever we're going to get is going to come here in the next little bit before it becomes a little less likely. So here's hoping you get something, because maybe that would help to knock the wind down a little bit. I mean, I think that would be good, right? What a nasty morning with blowing dust out that way. So if you're in Manzanola, if you're in Fowler, Rocky Ford, Olney Springs, Cheraw, La Junta, Los Animas, and you're watching this morning, pop in, use these links. Let me know. Let's see it. McClave, Hasty, Lamar, Holly, Grenada, everybody out here. Let me know what's happening. I mean, the radar shows us what's happening up above our head. It's not at ground level. So, it's a limitation of the tool, but it's certainly a helpful tool as well. So, but you get up on this higher terrain here in the Pikes Peak region, it's just been a nasty, nasty start to the day. And you see where we've got some heavier snow here in the darker blue, kind of working across Colorado Springs right now. Just been some light snow in the heart of the city, but there's several inches up across the higher terrain of the Palmer Divide. So if you are heading north from downtown, you hit Academy there. They're moving the camera around early this morning. I don't see any plows have gone through there, by the looks of that. CDOT might be scrambling a little bit this morning from what I've seen. They weren't watching Peaks to Plains. Pretty obvious. That's icy in Monument. That's at Baptist Road this morning. Let me go to 105, so the next exit up to the north. And just, the higher you get, obviously, the worse it gets. It's more difficult. That's visibility issues. That's slick roads. We've got wind. And here's what I've been showing you since Wednesday. Quick deterioration early this morning, with the worst of it here as the day gets underway. That's how it's working out. We will see improvement as we get into the middle and late part of the day. So there you go. All right, Susan's watching from Fowler. Susan, thank you so much. This is good updates. Had a dusting of, she says, some sleet. That's certainly possible a few minutes ago in Fowler. So some of that is starting to make it down to the ground. That's good news. Hopefully it knocks the dust down. It probably won't, but we can keep our fingers crossed. Barbara is checking in this morning, and Barbara is southeast of Guffey, so she's on the backside of Pikes Peak, kind of to the north of Canyon City. And will somebody just join me? Stay there, sir. I'll get to you here in a second, but I want to talk about Barbara's comment really quick, because she in Guffey says that at 3 o'clock, no wind and dry. By 3:30, the wind was hammering, and we were getting a light dusting of snow, started to drift in spots. She's in an area that's like a wind tunnel, so that's just not fun, especially when you consider some of the gusts that we have out there this morning. Barbara, thanks for that report. All right, let's bring in our guest here this morning, who is watching from the comfort of the couch, it looks like. And we will bring him in, and I will turn his microphone on. And, sir, how are you this morning? Oh, looks like we lost him. Well, there he was. Proof that he was there. Lost him early this morning. If you'd like to join us, you certainly can do so here by using these links that we have. If you pop back in there, sir, I'll bring you back on. Thanks for trying. So 56 mile an hour gust in Pueblo, 51 in Springfield, which is a drastic improvement in Pueblo, because a while ago we were getting some gusts that were to 74 miles an hour. That's the strongest one I've seen here early this morning. You throw in the wind, and it feels like it's 8 in Colorado Springs and 0 in Kiowa. So that's like an exclamation point to the change, right? Already running 15 to 30 degrees colder than this time yesterday, but the wind just makes it, like, ha, ha, ha. It's like the atmosphere laughing at you, right? And so we'll keep the potential for some wind gusts over parts of the plains here going on sort of a strong scale for the next few hours before we pull that back as we head into the middle part of the day. It's still going to be windy. Just the likelihood of sort of strong gusts over 50 miles per hour will pull back some. We'll keep that going, though, over the plains. Alamosa today, 50 miles an hour, low humidity, actually still high fire danger there. No moisture to speak of, and low humidity later on today. So kind of a different situation than what we've got at lower elevations of the plains. Now, let's be honest. If we were to get a fire today, wind would still want to fan that pretty quick, but the humidity being higher with the colder temps today would start to pull that, wouldn't be as extreme of fire weather conditions as what we had across the area yesterday. Jeremy says he's getting big gusts in Pueblo, and he's heard the trash can blow over in the driveway. Trash can down, trash can alert. We've got that out there this morning. Thanks for that report, Jeremy. Okay. Out of coffee. I'm going to leave the radar up for a second, and I'm going to talk about that while I go get another cup of coffee. Is that okay if I do that? Let me turn my mobile microphone on here. And I'm going to actually go back to 6 hours on this. And so we'll load the Tamco Live Doppler radar up for a little bit longer, and then we'll play it. Because I want you to see how things have changed early this morning. It's been fascinating. We were in the mid-50s in Colorado Springs this morning before the cold front came in. And then we have dropped just a significant amount early this morning, which we knew was going to be the case. I've been telling you for days that our official high temperatures were going to look misleading because, I knew the front was going to get here after midnight. Pueblo, we were in the 60s. And so, when you go back in a couple of years and you just look at the temperatures for today, it's not going to look too bad. But when you're waking up this morning and you're getting ready for church, or if you got to go to work, you don't care what the temperature was at midnight or 2 in the morning, right? Like, you care what it is right now. All right, got my coffee grind going. I've got my American Classic Coffee Sequoia happening. I'm actually at the end of the bag here. I'm going to tamp it down, brew this baby up. Cup number 2. And I'll hop back over there and, all right. Coffee's delicious. Spence's American Classic Coffee is delicious. All right. Stuart is, you know what, Stuart, that's such good timing. Stuart says, can't wait to see your coverage for hail season. Stuart, I talked to a couple of storm chasers this week, and we were talking about kind of what my concept is here, and some of the local chasers going to get out and share their streams when they're out with Peaks2Plains Weather. And when the weather is nasty and there is hail, I'm going to be on. It doesn't matter what time of day or night. That's kind of my commitment. And that's what I think is fun about this. Not waiting for, a start time of a newscast, but when the weather is nasty, we're covering the weather. So that's what Peaks2Plains Weather is all about. And I'm counting on you to help. It's neighbors helping neighbors. It's our weather together. That's what Peaks2Plains Weather is all about. So write these links down. A couple people have already joined me this morning. We got a great report from a gentleman up on the Palmer Divide in the trees near kind of Highway 83, and he's on Volmer and Hodgen, actually. So not, as I think about that now, he's not on Highway 83. He's east of there because Volmer runs north to south. But he's, up where he's getting some snow this morning. He is, kind of protected from some of the strong wind by the trees. He's thankful for that, but he was still getting some drifting that was happening. But if you write these 2 links here down, when, let's say, a thunderstorm is cruising through in the summertime, maybe you're 10 miles, 15 miles away from it, and so you're safe, and you see a wall cloud or something like that, or you can see a hail core, you can just pop in here. And when I'm live, here's what happens. If someone uses that link and they come in and they connect on that call, it pops into my preview window, so I see that they join, and I can bring you right on. So, not going to miss you or anything like that. And it's great to have a conversation and to get a report from where you are. So if you want to do that this morning, If you are over the plains and you've had some blowing dust, or now you're getting a little bit of snow or grapple or sleet, whatever's fallen out there this morning, you can hop in and let me know. And then we can also get reports from you via social media. Joan says, brought my house plants in at 1 a.m. when the wind woke me up. Glad I remembered your forecast. I'm glad you got the forecast, Joan. Patio's covered where she is at 6:30, and she has no wind. So she's either in the trees or in the mountains and protected somewhere. I don't know where Joan is at, but I'm glad you have no wind, because for a lot of us, that is not the case here this morning. These are a look at the current gusts for some of the locations that I have set up across southern Colorado. Let me see here. Let me show you the last 12 hours in a couple different places. So in Pueblo, we were 73 last night at 7 o'clock and 70 at 8, because we still had some wind that was happening across the area. And then we were in the 60s, and you see, we hit the low 60s early this morning, and I've cut that almost in half now and are down to 34 degrees. See where else I have set up in these locations. Gunnison, not as stark, but they have dropped. They're still at 40. And Colorado Springs, we've gone from, I'm going to go get my coffee while I'm talking about this, gone from 66 at 7 o'clock to, mid to upper 50s, depending what part of town you were in, as we hit midnight. And then notice from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m., we went from about 50 to the mid-20s, where we are right now. So that front timing, I will say that the computer model that I was using, kind of basing a lot of, the model that I thought had the best handle on things, really nailed the timing of the front and did a really, really good job with that, and has done a good job with the wind gusts early this morning. I mean, the strongest one we've had so far is Pueblo at 74 miles an hour from what I've been able to find. We've been up around 60 miles per hour up at Monarch Pass, and we've been in the 50s for multiple locations across the plains. Obviously, if you're in an area that is exposed, like if you have some acreage or something, maybe you're over the Palmer Divide, you don't have trees around you, you're, in south of Highway 24 in the Falcon area where things are more open versus in a neighborhood where the homes are more tightly packed, you're going to get stronger wind gusts than areas that, have trees or something like that. Judy says, any updates on North Teller County? Yeah, we've got that. Let's talk about it. Judy, thanks for watching. Peaks2Plains Weather here early this morning. We can zoom in on the radar here, and radar isn't the best tool to show what is happening back there, because the radar beam kind of struggles with Pikes Peak, obviously. And so it doesn't necessarily show us, and it's tough for me to know if it is snowing like in Florissant, west of Divide, because I can't see what's happening back there. But we have other tools that we can look at. And so if we look at Woodland Park here at CDOT, I mean, that's a slow go. Looks like there's actually been a little bit more snow maybe in Monument than we've had in Woodland Park. But that's kind of on the east side of town there at Morning Sun. That is by the Walmart, from what I remember. But closer into downtown, there out in front of the Dinosaur Resource Center, the big bend there in front of, what's over there? Tweeds, I think, is right there. Kind of down the corner from Hungry Bear, down the corner from, the donut mill, all of that stuff. That's icy right there. So, the rest of Teller County probably looking like that as well. If you're in that area and you want to give me a report, you know what to do, crew. Join us. Join us live, our weather together. Having lots of fun here this morning. This is great. This is what it's all about. Walk you through the rest of the morning on the snow. Here's what will happen on kind of the large scale. The snow will decrease over the eastern plains for whatever is falling out there, because not all of it's making it down to the ground. We've heard from a couple of you folks that have shown that. But hit the afternoon here, the lift from the jet stream aloft is kind of gone. We're in this favorable kind of quadrant of the jet streak right now where we've got lift overhead. And so as we hit the afternoon, it's the north wind kind of bumping up against the terrain, right? So the northeastern slopes of the wet mountains, probably not going to be heavy, but you might get a little bit. But the Palmer Divide's still going to have a little bit of snow. That's where it'll hang on longest as we head through the balance of the day before we get rid of things as we move into the overnight. We clear it out overnight. We get cold into early tomorrow morning. That is not the one I wanted to show you. Here we go. We're in the single digits and teens to start off Monday, and then we do get some recovery as we head into tomorrow afternoon. We'll end up in the 40s and 50s, and we'll melt off whatever snow is out there today. So it's been a drastic change early this morning. You know, higher terrain of the Pikes Peak region been hammering for days now about how I thought we'd get a flash freeze. How even though the roads have heat in them, the strength of the wind and the rapid temperature drop this morning would, you know, perhaps freeze the roads over, and that has been the case. So if you have travel plans up to Denver, Castle Rock, that's nasty looking. Monument, this is nasty looking right there. That's straight up icy, hardcore icy. So that froze for sure. That looks like a hockey rink right there at Highway 105. And if I bring you to the next exit south at Baptist, that's iced over hard right there. So be aware of that. And as you come into Colorado Springs, you keep coming south, you keep losing elevation, you should see some improvement, right? And so Inner Quest, a little bit farther south there from Monument, that's icy. You get to the Air Force Academy, and that is icy, but it looks better. Oh, what happened to the camera? We lose that CDOT camera? There we go. That looks better there than what we have a little bit farther to the north. And I'm actually going to add another CDOT camera here. Well, I don't have time for that. But if you start going west to Colorado Springs, it's different as well. Cascade, this is different from the last time we looked at this about 45 minutes ago. It's holding some snow now, but that's better at a lower elevation than Woodland Park, where when you get up to town and we're a little bit higher, the roads don't look as great. But Woodland Park, I think you would agree with me that probably looks better than the Monument camera that we saw. But a little bit, down the road, a little bit different. So there are big differences over small distances in Colorado. Delaney's asking about Divide. And Delaney, I don't know. If you're in Divide, why don't you join me here? CDOT doesn't have any traffic cameras there. Radar has some limitations back that way. So it's frankly tough for me to know exactly what the conditions are. It is probably similar to Woodland Park, but I cannot guarantee that. I mean, I'm certain that you've seen some snow, because if I look through the morning here, it has snowed at some point. But let me look at, keep that radar up and I'll look. There is one camera that last time I checked on CDOT's website, on the backside of Pikes Peak on Highway 67, it wasn't working. And let me see if it's up this morning. It'd be helpful if it was, right? No, they don't even have that camera listed now. So, and I'm looking at Wilkerson Pass. That might not even be from this morning. Wilkerson Pass has nothing if that camera is current, but I can't guarantee that. Looking at Hartzell, which doesn't look all that bad. So Hartsel lower, obviously, than, not dealing with the slopes of Pikes Peak. But so I don't know is the short answer to your question, right? She says, I just woke up and I think it snowed a little up here. There you go. That's how Divide is doing, Delaney. Thank you. Thank you for that report. John says, I work at Ball Arena this morning, and is it worth risking the drive from Falcon? John, this is my least favorite question as a meteorologist, is to tell someone whether to go or not. Sometimes it's very clear that you should not. But the vehicles that people have are different. The experience that people have driving in snow is different. And the comfort level that people have is different. So I can only answer it this way. And you'll have to take this for what it is. If it was me, I would make the drive to go to work. But I understand if you have a different perspective. Does that help? You might be sitting there going, dude, that is the crappiest answer I've ever heard. Sorry, man. I give you the truth, right? I mean, I have a Jeep that has mud and snow tires on it. There have certainly been more difficult storms over the Palmer Divide. The interstate gets the most attention of any road. Interstates always do. I mean, they are the travel veins of our country, the commerce veins of our country. But it's difficult go this morning. The visibility in Falcon is way better than it is in Monument, right? And that's going to be your most challenging stretch. There are people on the road with you, but that is ice, man. Like at Baptist right there, that is straight up ice. And by the time you get to Castle Rock, you're still dealing with that. There's still ice on the roads. So, CDOT has a challenge this morning because when it doesn't matter if the plows are out, when the road is melting the initial snow, and then you have this wind and this rapid temperature drop that we have this morning, and you get a flash freeze of that, there's nothing the plows can do. They sometimes try to put de-icer down ahead of time to allow, with some chemicals, some mag chloride, to allow for a little bit more volume of snow before you get that flash freeze, but I'm not sure that would have helped in this situation. Okay, Delaney's giving us another update from Divide. Delaney, thanks for letting me have fun with you this morning. She says, I just looked out my window and it snowed. 4 snowflakes worth of snow there on her comment. Now, Delaney, I need one more comment from you to guesstimate how much you think. And John says, I'm very competent on the road, just didn't know how bad it really is. Well, hopefully that look at the cameras helped. And off the ball he goes. John, safe travels, my friend. Drive for the conditions. I would go to work too, so I'm with you. I am at work. Emery is checking in from, it changed the handle, I see. It says, went out in Hanover a few minutes ago to check any damage. Both flags survived so far. Wind hovering at about 30. Looking north, looks like some snow type thing headed our way. We've got someone that has joined us this morning, and I keep seeing this guy pop in and out. So I'm not sure if he's having Wi-Fi issues at his place or whatever, but I lost him for the time being. And sir, if I see you again, I will bring you in. Here he is. He's back in this morning. Sir, good morning. How are you?
Good, Matt. How about yourself?
I am doing well. What's your name?
George.
George, it's good to see you. Thanks for checking in this morning. Where are you?
Cordera.
Cordera. How much snow you got?
I would guess an inch and a half, 2 inches. I was up at 3:30. It was snow, blowing snow. The grass was just barely covered at that time.
Okay. What had you up that early?
I'm an older guy, man.
One of the breaks during the night, right?
Exactly.
That's funny. How long have you lived in Cordera?
9 years.
9 years. Okay. And how long have you lived in Southern Colorado?
35.
35. In that time, my friend George, how many times have you seen this kind of situation where we go from, this real warm type day to then you wake up, or sometimes it's in the same day, just that big smack in the face?
I can't say that I know how many times. I think the last time though was 2020,
Okay.
because we lost a lot of trees that year, if you'll
Yep.
remember, when we had that fast freeze at that time.
Yep. And that was a later one, right? That was in, I want to say, late
Yeah.
April or early May.
Yeah, it was probably mid to late April.
Yeah. I talked to Levi Heydrich from Heydrich's Colorado Tree Farm, not too far away from you, by the hospital at Woodman and Powers, and they lost a lot of trees at the nursery that year, and lots of folks did in the yards as well. Do you like when we get these kind of swings? Like, do you find them interesting, or are you, given your age? I talked to a gentleman earlier today that's like, yeah, as I get older, man, I don't like the snow. What about you?
Oh, I definitely don't like the snow, but we need it so badly that you feel guilty even complaining about it. So
Right.
definitely, we need more than what we're getting today. But
Yeah.
obviously, it's going to be out of here fast.
Right. And that happens this time of year. In your 35 years that you have been here, is this, does this stand out as one of the more kind of puny winters that we've had?
Maybe the least snow that I can remember. We had, before we moved down to Cordera 9 years ago, we lived up in Monument on County Line Road.
Okay.
So we saw a lot of snow up there.
Sure. Oh, yeah. Way different. I mean, I think on average from where you are to up there is probably on the order of 20 to 25 more inches at your old place per year on average than where you are now. What brought you closer into town from where you were?
So my granddaughter could play football with your granddaughter. Actually, your daughter.
My daughter, yeah.
No, actually, my daughter and son-in-law, and they live here in Cordera, and so they had
Okay.
moved here, and we thought, oh, that's a pretty nice area, and we'd like to be closer to the grandkids. And
Nice.
so over the years, we've been able to be helpful to them, and now they're able to be helpful to us. So that's worked out well.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, that you are living a blessed life for sure. Let me ask you this: since you've watched your granddaughter on this flag football journey, I was really excited when CHASA and the school that the girls go to decided to do this, and this was the wrap up of the second year. I have been so impressed with the quality of the play of the girls and the intensity at which they play this game at. Have you?
Oh, for sure. Honestly, the first game they played, we were in Pennsylvania, and my daughter kept sending me videos of it. I'm like, they look like a real football team. I mean, this isn't just, flag football that they're girls. What did we used to call that when they played back in the old days? Powder puff football or whatever.
Sure.
It's
sure.
really football stuff, and it was very. I was impressed how quickly they developed as a team, but also the other teams. So we played a lot of good players across the state as well. So it's an exciting sport to watch grow.
Yeah, it is. It's in the Olympics coming up in a couple years when it's in LA. There are states that have had it for a lot longer than Colorado. Like I think of Florida and Arizona, and it is a huge, huge sport in those areas. The ladies really enjoy playing it. And it is fun to see. So for those of you that maybe, haven't been to a high school sporting event in a while, and go find one of the high schools that has flag football and go support the ladies, because it is a really, really good time. George, before I let you go, what are the plans for today? You just hanging out, or do you guys have to head out to church, or what's the plan?
Well, I was laid up this week a little bit, so we just decided to stay in because of the weather.
Okay.
So we're hanging in here today, and we'll enjoy being out later this week.
Okay, and we're going to go to the other end of the weather spectrum, so you will have an opportunity to do that. My friend, thank you so much for checking in from Cordera this morning with between 1 inch and 2 inches of snow. George, I appreciate it, and I wish you and the family to have a good rest of the day. Thanks for checking in.
Okay, thank you, man. Thanks for all you're doing.
Yeah, of course. Thank you very much. That is so awesome. Good to see him this morning checking in from Cordera with a couple inches of snow, and that's what it's all about. If you would like to join, please do so. You can do by putting these links into your browser. I posted these links all over the place on social media. I've got them in the post for this live stream that we're doing this morning. Into the Peaks2Plains Weather app, which you should download, by the way, if you haven't as of yet. Keep your location turned on so that I can give you some heads up when the weather is nasty like it is out there this morning. And please tell your friends. I would appreciate that. Here's where we are this morning. Got a little band of snow that's kind of working back across town here. You can see that kind of darker blue working back across mountain shadows. The Air Force Academy early this morning. Still getting snow on the northern slopes of Pikes Peak. We've had some snow a little bit farther to the south. It's been much lighter over southern areas in the heart of Colorado Springs than it has been up to the north, and roads are okay across the heart of town. And then over the eastern plains, it's been an interesting morning. When I came on air this morning at 5 o'clock, we had this coverage of echo over the area. You can see here, this is over the last 2 hours, and none of this was hitting down to the ground. I got a lot of reports of blowing dust from Crowley County, from eastern Pueblo County, and early this morning, starting to get indication that is making it down to the ground now, but probably not all that heavy. We have somebody else that's joining us this morning. I'm loving this now. You guys are figuring it out. You're getting comfortable with each other. You're like, oh, Matt's not going to come on and be mean to me or anything. So let's meet our new guest. And good morning. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you. We're just looking at the weather out here. I don't know if you can see outside, but it's a nice wintry scene with a lot of snow coming down here.
And what's your name and where are you at?
I'm Charlie, and I'm in top of Skyway, right next to Bear Creek Park.
That is a beautiful neighborhood. I love that part of town. How much do you have, Charlie? Probably not too much. Inch?
When I look on the surfaces, it normally collects on their bare because the wind's blowing it off. But
Right.
on the ground, less than an inch.
Okay. Do you get excited when we get these changes like this? Like, do you find it exciting just how quickly we can go from one end of the spectrum to another?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And I appreciate your app and everything doing it because I'd like to understand the weather. I just don't want somebody to tell me what the temperature is. I want to understand what's going on, as
Right.
far as the fronts coming in, the jet stream, all that. So.
Right. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm grateful for you saying that, and I'm glad that you are finding use out of it. Is it just because you're kind of a weather nut, or do you like to know, understanding that how difficult it is, especially when you have a city on the side of a 14er in the neighborhood on a side of a 14er where you are, like sometimes those unknowns in the forecast or the impacts from the numbers are really what's important.
Yeah, well, both. I'm kind of a weather nerd. I've kept weather records when I was a little kid, so I've
Awesome.
always loved the weather.
Oh, that's awesome. How long have you lived where you are?
40 years.
Okay, and what is the craziest weather that you remember, Charlie, in that time?
Oh, well,
97?
Gosh, I can't remember all the stuff. I do remember one thing that sticks out in my mind, and it says there was a plane crash down in
Security,
security,
yep.
and about a half hour before we left, um, or we were planning on going to the mountains, and this huge windstorm came by. I don't know where these tremendous winds came by,
Yep.
and we left. And as we were leaving, we found out that the plane had crashed.
Hmm.
And I've always thought that that wind currents coming through at such a high stream might have had some connection with that.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, there certainly were downbursts and microbursts in the area that day, and I can't remember. I wasn't here then, but I think that played a role. But I want to say there was something mechanical that happened as well. I don't remember. I would have to look that up. I'm going to misspeak. What is the best part about the weather in southern Colorado?
Well, I really like the sunsets and sunrises from where I am. So I have a pretty good view up here. So it's really nice in the morning to see the sun come up and see all the beautiful clouds and the colors and
Sure.
hues. I wish it lasted a little longer than it did, but it's still kind of exciting.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it. Do you have plans to get outside in this grossness today, or are you just going to hunker down?
Oh, I will definitely go out. I always go out. As the Swedes say and the Danes, there's no such thing as bad weather, just bad clothing.
I love it. That is correct, my friend. If you are prepared for the conditions, you can be out in anything. Charlie, that is good wisdom of the day. I appreciate it. Thanks for checking in with me this morning. Enjoy the snow. Enjoy your coffee or tea. What are you drinking there?
Espresso here.
A little espresso. Well, cheers to you, my friend. Have a good morning. Thanks for watching Peaks to Plains, and
You too.
thanks for using the app and everything. I'm glad that you find use out of it.
Certainly.
Okay, well, that is awesome, man. I'm just loving all of you guys checking in this morning. You see Tamco Live Doppler radar there where Charlie is in Skyway this morning. Still getting some snow out there, and as we head through the balance of the morning, we're going to see this wind down. I mean, we were expecting the morning to be kind of our window here of rapidly changing conditions, and that is certainly how it worked out. I know a lot of folks are in and out here early this morning in terms of our coverage. So I have a couple social media reports that I want to let you know about. So Stacy is checking in this morning in Briargate, and she says a couple neighbors' fences are falling down. That's no good. Man, the fence folks like this when we get this wind, but obviously I wonder if some dogs run away sometimes when fences go down. Anna says, I do have the app. Thanks for the weather. The notifications are great. Appreciate that. Judy is checking in from Florissant this morning. Roads look really, really icy, but I don't want to go check. Sorry about that. Judy, that's okay. You don't need to go out and check. For sure, we don't want you to do that. All right, we've got somebody out in the snow this morning. This is what I'm talking about. Let's see if we can get him to turn his phone the other way if he's on his phone this morning, because then we'll kind of pop you in horizontal here, I think, or maybe not. All right, well, you can put it the other way, sir. Thanks for joining us this morning. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I am doing great. Thank you very much. What's your name and where are you?
Garrett. And I'm on the west side of the Springs near 31st in Colorado.
Garrett, how is it where you are this morning?
Just kind of what you see is what you get. Kind of cold and snowy. I'll step out of the way and as you kind of see. And
is the road just wet?
over here we're on the side streets. They're starting to ice up a little bit just because there's no traffic. I haven't seen any main roads in the city, so I'm not sure there. But at least here it's starting to slicken up a little bit.
Okay. It doesn't look too windy where you are there. You guys are kind of protected by, up where Kissing Camels and stuff is. You're a little bit lower than that hill to the north of you. So that might be benefiting you this morning.
Right. Yeah. We're just a little south of a little ridge. And if the wind isn't too strong from the north, it doesn't come up and over efficiently. It kind of blocks it. So we're kind of protected back in here.
Nice. Are you about to head out?
No, I'm gonna stay in for the day. I was watching your weather and got the heads up and got some stuff for a big pot of beef stew to put on for the day. So
Nice. So did
Maybe
you
that
go
if
out
you-
to the store this morning to get the stuff for the stew, or did you just get? Did you have that already and you just got geared up to give me a weather report?
No, got that yesterday. Like I said, I was paying attention to your forecast and said I don't want to be out tomorrow. You know, kind of a big change in weather, kind of a slap in the face for Mother Nature.
Yep, that's how I describe it all the time. It is a slap in the face when you go outside for sure. Garrett, how long have you lived where you are?
I've been here since '94.
Okay,
On
and
this side.
what's the craziest weather you've seen from a winter perspective in that time? The blizzard of '97?
Yes, that's one referred to quite a bit. That was one of the few times going through school where we actually dismissed early. That doesn't happen very often.
Right.
We kind of went and it just kind of developed worse than they thought. And we went to school, there was hardly any snow, and by lunch it was 6-8 inches already, just coming down.
Yep, they got you out of there for sure. Do you like when the weather is high impact more so in the winter time or in the summertime? So like, would you rather have a snowstorm or like a severe thunderstorm cruising overhead?
I've always been a big thunderstorm guy. I love watching them come down the hills here, off the Rampart Range and out of Teller County.
Yeah,
They can do some pretty wild things on this west side.
They do. They, especially coming out of Teller County, they tend to, you know, the moisture usually sits on Highway 24 and they'll kind of ride that moisture down Highway 24 right toward where you are. And, you know, the zoo storm from a couple years ago did that. And, you know, when there's enough water there, you do get some crazy stuff, as you said. What do you think of weather being done in this sort of format, Garrett, as things change and people have access to, you know, more information on the go and that kind of thing? Do you find it interesting? Do you prefer it, or what do you think of what I'm doing here with Peaks2Plains?
I definitely prefer it. It's more interesting just because you have the time aspect. You're not in a crunch to, you know, especially if you have like a half-hour news show. You only get maybe 6 minutes top holding the show, 6-8 minutes to do your spiel, and that's just sometimes not enough to get out maybe what you truly want to get in.
Right. Well, and I think it's important in a situation like this where, you know, there's so much variability over some pretty small areas. It's impossible to cover in, you know, 4 or 5 minutes, something like that. So, and it's good to be able to see, you know, the variability from folks like yourself that are giving reports and questions that people have. You know, hopefully it's more useful as well. Garrett, thank you for getting outside this morning. Thanks for giving me a report. I appreciate it, and enjoy that beef stew later on today.
Definitely will. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I hope you are enjoying that part, being able to see from everybody here what is happening. Jeremy's checking back in from Pueblo, says the winds calmed down a little bit, but now they're getting some grapple. Highway 83, Carol checks in, and she's up at 105, has 3 inches so far up on the north end. Teresa's checking in with one of her more notable memories weather-wise, and says the blizzard of 82, Christmas was intense. My wife remembers that from when she was a kid, and she remembers that one as well, and they had a hard time getting around Elbert County. Let's see. Anna's having coffee this morning. Cheers, Anna. I appreciate it. Thanks for checking in here early this morning. Let's get a look at, man, it's almost 8 o'clock already. I've been doing this for 3 hours. That is crazy. I'm having fun because it doesn't seem like 3 hours has gone by. But man, oh man, that's what this is about. All right, let's check the current gusts across the area. Still getting widespread between 30 and 50 over the plains. Pueblo's leading the way, at least on this map, with a 56 mile per hour gust currently. And man, oh man, have things changed early this morning. Let me show you, for those of you that have just joined us here in the last little bit, because people are popping in and out of the stream, and I get that. It was 57 in Colorado Springs when the day began. Canyon, Pueblo, Walsenburg, Trinidad all had highs in the 60s. And here's where we are now. We have plummeted. We've got teens and 20s over the Pikes Peak region, the Palmer Divide up to Denver. We've got 20s and 30s elsewhere, with Alamosa leading the way at 42. But you throw in the wind and it feels worse than that. Lyman's down to 1 below on the feels like this morning. Colorado Springs at 5. And Pueblo, with that strong wind, we're sitting at 19. And it sure as heck is a shock to the system compared to this time yesterday, as we are running 15 to 35 degrees colder than we were 24 hours ago for areas from the Front Range eastward, the Wet Mountain Valley, and up across the slopes of Pikes Peak. So pretty wild here early this morning. Let's talk about what happens for the rest of the day, because over the next couple of hours as we approach 8 o'clock here, you'll notice that the wind gusts in the model stay through about 10 o'clock and then start to drop off. So the potential for the stronger gusts is going to drop with time here. So that's something that you should, kind of be aware of. That as we head into the back part of the day, I think the potential for damaging gusts drops off, and certainly into tonight that will happen. Now, as we head into tonight, things will change as we get this system out of here. But through the back part of the day, the mess that we've got on the roads this morning over the higher terrain of the Pikes Peak region, will start to see some improvement. Those issues are going to hold on longest up across the Palmer Divide, because that's where that north wind at the surface is interacting with the terrain enough to hang on longest from the snow, right on the spine of the Palmer Divide. Because from Denver, the South Platte River, 5,280 feet, you get onto the Palmer Divide, you're somewhere between 73 and 7,800 feet, depending where you are. That's a big ramp that lifts the air. And then we see that, eventually decrease as we head into the overnight. I've been showing you this for multiple days now. This is going to work out. We've got some spots here and there, to the south of downtown Colorado Springs where we're going to pick up a little bit of snow. But it's the higher terrain of the Pikes Peak region where we've had that snow most significantly this morning, and we've had the issues on the roads. So it's a traffic check time. I'm going to start in Teller County. We'll start in Woodland Park, where it is icy. The roads have frozen over. We are holding that snow for sure. Some other areas, you start coming down Highway 24 into Colorado Springs, and things change up a little bit. So I'm going to take you to Cascade here, where a couple hours ago it was just wet, but we have started to hold that snow on the roads. But then you head north of Colorado Springs, and things change again. So you get into, the north side of town. Manitou Springs this morning, I lost that camera. But we'll take you, kind of heading north out of Colorado Springs. At North Academy and I-25, it is, there's snow on the roads there and it's slick. But as you head north of there and you get up toward Interquest, you're a little bit higher in elevation, a couple miles up the road. It's noticeably different. And you get into Monument, and it's straight up nasty this morning. That looks like a hockey rink. And so this is that flash freeze that I was talking about for about the last 4 to 5 days. And you get up to Castle Rock, and it's nasty as well. The visibility, I think, has improved a little bit. Some of, at Wolfensberger here, we've got ice on the camera lens is what you're seeing. But then you get into Denver, and it's icy this morning also, and it's only 21 there, and you see the camera bouncing around at E470 and I-25. So now let's go south of Colorado Springs to Pueblo. Road's fine. It's 33. We've had some of the gustier wind around in Pueblo this morning. Pueblo West, it's not even cloudy. That's the north wind, the donut hole that we talk about. At McCulloch Boulevard there, the sky has opened up. And we don't even have any clouds. Take you over to Canyon City this morning, and we're doing okay as well. It is cold. So it just depends where you are. That's classic Colorado, right? Because of the terrain. And experience tells us that this stuff is going to happen. And so, I've been talking about this. Forecast working out pretty good here. I'm pretty happy about that. Kelly checked in and said, does have a dusting of snow in Wide Field. Kelly, thanks for letting us know about that. And Sandra's checking in from Highway 24 in Peyton. Can't tell how much snow because the winds are wicked. Yep. On the Palmer Divide, that is always the challenge when you get these storms to move through. Amanda has some of the best weather around. She's just checking in from Canyon City. We just checked that camera. Says no snow in our little horseshoe there, and calm. So getting protected by Pikes Peak because of the wind. So that is, good for you, Amanda, that you're not dealing with the wind, because I bet the folks that are having the wind this morning would trade with you. No doubt about that. If you're in a spot this morning that you want to share your experience and where you are welcome to join me. In fact, I encourage you to join me. We've talked to Garrett this morning, who's on the west side of Colorado Springs. We heard from George this morning, who was in Cordera. We heard from Charlie in Skyway, all giving us some reports this morning, and it has been really good to share our weather together. That's what Peaks2Plains Weather is all about. And if you're in a spot this morning where you're like, I don't have any snow, it's not worth for me joining Matt and telling him what's happening, write these links down, because they are the same every day. And so you can join me on my mornings with Meister, when I'm live every morning at 6:30. If you would like to join one morning and chat for a little bit, you can pop in with one of these links. When you use them, it pops you into my preview window so I can see that you've joined, and, we can shoot the breeze for a little bit. Amanda does give an update here from Canyon City and said yesterday the wind was bad. Yeah, it was in a lot of areas yesterday. In fact, I have those reports here, and so I will share those with you, because it was a little bit of a nasty day yesterday, no doubt about that. Air Force Academy was the strongest gust I saw at 66 miles per hour. Canyon, we had a 55-mile-an-hour gust where you are, Amanda. Lots of locations getting gusts between 50 and 55 yesterday. Let's see. Laura is sharing something this morning. I don't know where Laura is, but she says she's getting sleeting and snowing. So she's probably out on the plains or lower elevations in Colorado Springs where it's been all snow. Valerie's checking in this morning and says, thanks so much for your live weather. We're on the west side, currently not snowing, but we've got an inch on the grass. Nancy's checking in this morning, south of West Cliff, 31 and 38 mile an hour wind, which doesn't sound amazing, Nancy, but that's some of the better weather around, actually. So I appreciate your report. And then I've got to get this one in from Stan, who says Parker Lutheran and Burke wins the state championship. Berkeley is my niece, and she has put in thousands and thousands of hours into basketball. So Burke from Uncle Matty and from Stan there, congratulations on the state championship. So proud of her and her teammates, who had a great game yesterday up at the Denver Coliseum against Green Mountain, who played really, really hard. It was a defensive struggle, as a state championship should be. By the way, Parker Lutheran actually won the boys and girls state championships, and I think Simla did that yesterday as well. I know they won the boys one. And I did see that they did win the girls too, so congratulations to them. Laura is in Beulah. Thank you, Laura, for letting me know where you are. Sleeting and snowing on the northeastern slopes of the wet mountains here early this morning. I appreciate you checking in. All right, let's check out Tamco Live Doppler radar here. We'll give you an update. It's been a little bit of time since we have done that. Before I do so, I want to let you know about the high wind warnings that are up for the rest of today here. Over the mountain areas, the Collegiate Peaks, the eastern slopes there, just downstream of the Continental Divide, downstream of Cottonwood Pass, downstream of Monarch Pass. It's in effect until 3 o'clock. Over northeastern Colorado, the high wind warnings up through 3 o'clock as well. Southern Colorado, my friends at the Weather Service have it up till 7, but my hunch is they'll take that down a little bit early, because I think these stronger gusts that we have had this morning have through about 10 or 11 o'clock, and then the likelihood of the gusts over 50 miles per hour, at least east of the mountains, is going to drop off some. So just something to be aware of. But for the balance of the day, man, it's, you know, the wind will be an issue, and it's certainly not going to make it feel good outside. In fact, let me pull up. I'm going to edit this computer model here because I'm going to need to change the clock on the time here. So bear with me. That's not the data I want you to look at. And that's kind of the cool part of some of this, is you get to see me do this kind of behind the scenes as I think about things to talk about. And let's see how this computer model is doing compared to reality here. Because I've shown you that we're in the single digits and teens. And it's not doing too bad. It's a little too high, over the Palmer Divide at least. But notice how as we head through the day, the temperatures don't change too much, but the wind pulls back some. So on the feels like, as we head into the afternoon, what is, you know, in the late morning, the teens and 20s get a little bit better. You start seeing some 30s show up, and that's more a function of the wind gusts pulling back than the temperatures doing anything. So obviously from a change perspective, that is a huge, huge difference from what we had yesterday. I do think into the afternoon, some of these icy roads, you know, may start to improve a little bit. At least the visibility gets better. It will take a while for the wind and the snow to wind down up over the Palmer Divide. So if you are heading into the Denver area, or if you're driving up Highway 83 into Douglas County, or you're cruising across Highway 86 in Elbert County, where Ms. Miller checking in this morning. Good morning. Thanks for watching you. It'll be hard to be out and about because it's very icy in her town of Kiowa. And yeah, it's a rough morning out there in spots. There is no doubt about that. Mary's checking in this morning and says, thanks for the weather. We're so sad when you left Fox. So happy to find you online. Thanks for finding me, Mary. I appreciate it. If this is maybe the first morning you've found me, I would encourage you to download the Peaks2Plains Weather app and share it with your friends. Let's see. Mike Dobbins is checking in here. Says, whoops, hit the wrong button. Has got some on the street where he is, wondering if it froze here before the camping trip. If it froze here before that, I'm not sure. I mean, it's freezing right now. If you want to resubmit that, Mike, let me know. Terry's checking in, says, I live on the tail end of Sedalia, going into Woodland Park. It's snowing here, cloudy, probably a couple inches of snow. I only get Denver's weather report where she is. But yeah, you know, Sedalia is off to the northwest of Castle Rock a little bit. So Terry, let's look at where you are here, and we'll use radar to do that. So a couple inches of snow at Sedalia. She's going to start to see the snow wind down here in a while. But if we zoom in, whoops, go a little farther north. Here we go. Sedalia is off to the northwest of Castle Rock, kind of, you know, on Highway 85 there. You see that showing up right there. But up against the terrain there, certainly catching some snow. I mean, you have that north wind coming into the higher terrain. So, you know, the north wind coming out of Denver here is being lifted the whole time, and not only seeing a general increase in elevation, but you've got that increase in terrain that kind of runs back here by this, like, you know, Deckers, Perry Park. By the way, if you haven't been back in here, if you haven't driven Highway 67 towards Sedalia, coming into Woodland Park there, that is some very, very pretty stuff in Colorado. So, you know, I think you get snow for another hour or two, Terry, before you start to see that wind down. And as you get higher in elevation, you know, if you are going to drive Highway 67, you'll certainly keep some ice around for sure. So something to be aware of. Lila's just checking in, and we've been talking about this a bunch, but I've been on for, 3 hours now. And Lila is asking the question, how's Monument? Well, Lila, I'm not going to use any words. I'm just going to let you look at this. That's how Monument is this morning. The flash freeze that I've been talking about for 4 or 5 days certainly has happened this morning. and it's a difficult go up over the Palmer Divide. I mean, is this the most snow we've ever seen? Obviously not. Is this the strongest wind we've ever seen? Obviously not. As I get your comment out of there, this station that I've got pulled up in Monument is having a couple of problems. I'll look for one later on today because it's not a 4-mile-an-hour wind there, and it's not reporting the temperature. Let me see if I can grab a different station here. Don't know why that isn't, but it's showing the feels like. Grab a different one. Hold on a second. But to answer your question there, it's not great. I mean, that's a sheet of ice up there. Okay, let's see if we can. Here we go. All right. That's rough. That's not fun. And what you were asking, I have to travel to Denver from Colorado Springs at noon. Is it advised to travel? And we got this question. There's a semi that's going to pull off and throw in the towel for a little bit. One of the harder things for me as a meteorologist is to answer this question, because people have different comfort levels, different skill sets, different experience, different vehicles. I do think it will improve. I've been talking about that here for days as well, that as we get into the late morning and afternoon, things are going to get a little bit better, and maybe this helps you. I'm always hesitant to kind of be the person to give the go or no go, but I would answer it this way. If I needed to go to Denver today, I would go. But do I understand people that don't want to drive in this and are going to make different decisions? Absolutely. I mean, if you just moved here from Arkansas, are you going out in that? You're probably not, right? Like if you're here from Orlando, are you going out in that? Probably not. But if you've been here for some length of time, I mean, you've seen worse than this, but it's an icy road, no doubt about that. So do with that what you will. But I do think we will see conditions improve some here as we head into the late part of the morning. Like the intensity of the snow, has already dropped off from what it was earlier. Is that ice going to go away? No, because it's going to stay windy and it's going to stay cold. But, check this out, man. We've got somebody watching from Minnesota, at least 2 feet up here in Rochester. Soothing hearing you up here. My wife has to get to the Mayo Clinic for chemo session. I'm so sorry about that, Howard. My prayers for both of you. To be back home in Green Mountain Falls where I have my plow. Papa Price checking in early this morning. Howard, truly my best to you and your wife as you deal with that. I will lift you both up in prayer here today. Nicole wants to know how Highway 24 is toward Peyton. Yeah, we can do that. I do have the camera here in Falcon, and it is better, I would say, as a generality, looking at that shot, than it is on Monument or in Monument and parts of the Black Forest. You have not had as much snow there, but it is windy and it is icy. And that will be the case. I talked to somebody earlier that was in Peyton and said, it's pretty rough out here with the wind. So, you'll certainly have that to deal with. And, I know who this is. Oh, yeah. Let's bring him in. This is one of my wife's uncles. It's Uncle Mark. Uncle Mark,
hey,
how are
man,
you?
how are you this morning?
Well, I'm having fun, man. This is what I built this thing for, and I am enjoying talking to people. How is it in Larkspur?
Well, I'm showing 10 inches on the deck here, so.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Well, turn that camera around and let me see that. 10 inches. Holy mackerel. That's incredible.
Okay. Let me get my...
like you can just look out the door if you want.
Sure.
Oh, man, Uncle Mark, you made my morning right here.
Your wife said I would. There you go.
Oh, man. Look at that, crew. That is a live report from Larkspur. 10 inches this morning. Has the what time did you get up?
About 5:30.
And how much did you have when you got up? Most of that?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so it came down hard overnight in a short period of time.
Yeah, because I was awake about probably 3 in the morning and there was nothing. There you go, 10 inches.
Holy mackerel. Well, you're kind of the winner so far for sure on the
All
snow. I
right.
mean, you live in a great spot for that with this situation with the north wind. How far west of like the town would you say you are?
About a mile.
Okay. Well, there you go. So for those of you thinking about going to Denver, I mean, he's probably got a little more there than the interstate. Is the wind bad where you are? It doesn't look like it.
No, not at all.
Okay. Well, you're protected and you're just getting the beauty of the snow, which is why you live where you do, so you can get those beautiful views, right?
Yes, we love it here.
Are you going out today or are you just hunkering down?
Now we're hunkering down. I'm still in my jammies. So.
Well, I talked to someone earlier that didn't have a shirt on, and it looked like they were in a restroom, and I was worried that I was like, man, should I put this person on? Because I was worried they were doing their business, you know. But so thanks for at least having clothes on, Mark. We appreciate that.
Well, thanks, Matt. You have a good day and love your program. So.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it, Mark. Thanks for checking in. 10 inches in Larkspur. Wow, man. I'm not surprised by that. I had a 3 to 7 up there, but that's certainly, you know, these spring things can, you know, it's convection. It's the same process that produces thunderstorms. So that's awesome. I mean, does that make it a fun drive up across the Palmer Divide? Probably not. Probably not. But that is, you know, he's in a new house there. They moved a little bit down the road from where they were before. And you get these little nooks and crannies kind of up against the terrain, and you get big differences over small distances. And man, that's what he's got this morning. That's a nice little burst of winter. That's probably one of the better snows he's had with how, you know, kind of janky of a winter it has been. Deanne's checking in this morning and says, did Canyon City get any snow? Well, we can answer that question for you here very, very quickly by pulling up the camera. Deanne, the answer is no. If you were going that way this morning, you will be okay. No issues traveling from Pueblo to Canyon City or maybe through Fremont County from Salida to Canyon City. Roads aren't too bad as well. So there you go. Nancy is checking in from Briargate this morning and says lightly snowing. Have a dusting off and on here in Briargate. It looks pretty. I just pulled out. Well, this is not fair. Are you going to bring me some? I mean, come on. You can't put a comment like this and not share it. Lightly snowing this morning. I just pulled sourdough strawberry lemonade rolls out of the oven. Well, Nancy, good on you. And good for everybody else in your house eating the sourdough strawberry lemonade rolls. What the heck is a strawberry lemonade roll? I mean, I'd eat it. Don't get me wrong. My goodness. Aaron checking in from Trinidad this morning. Thanks for watching from Trinidad, Aaron. You know, got the wind down there. I don't think you're getting any snow. Let's go check. I don't think it's made it that far south. Yeah, you're missing out on it. Those of you that are watching from Highway 50 this morning, let me, you know what? I can answer this question myself. The amount of CDOT cams out on the plains this morning, or that actually exist out on the plains, or leave some to be desired. You know what? Wow. Two Buttes south of Lamar has some snow this morning. They've had a little burst. So some of this out on the plains is making it down to the ground now. And if you were with us an hour ago, I don't know, 2 hours ago, whatever it was, we were talking about that and talking about some of that changing. So here in Baca County, there's a camera on Highway 287, kind of west of Two Buttes there, where 116 comes into 287. And see how they've had, just in the last little bit, a couple of cells move through. They've had a skiff of snow down there. So some of this is probably making it down to the ground now. But what is so interesting is, you look at this, like, man, you have to use all the tools. This is what's so fun about weather. So just south of Highway 50, where it actually starts lifting again, there might be some snow. But if I look at the cameras here in Pueblo, I haven't seen anything through the morning, right? Like, not getting anything there. Pueblo West, not getting anything. To the south of there, might you be? Yes. But still, some of that not making it down to the ground, and some is. It's so fascinating to see what's happening down there. So just got to be ready for varying conditions out there. Let's see. Kenton's checking in and says, ice in the creek. Kenton, I don't know where you are, and I don't know what creek you're talking about. Like, is that Cripple Creek? Could be. Is some other creek? I don't know. What else we got here? Jessica is asking, do I think this will melt off by school tomorrow? That's an interesting question, because here's the challenge. For the balance of the day, for some of us in and around Colorado Springs, may not get back to freezing. If the sun comes out, though, and it may do so in the back part of the day, even with temperatures not hitting freezing, or even if you get close to freezing, if the sun comes out, the ground does have some warmth in it. It may try to melt off some of the snow. But as we head into tonight, if you haven't seen any improvement, and if it's, still a little bit slick on the roads where you are, that's going to be there early tomorrow morning. Because as we head into early tomorrow morning, we are going to have temperatures that are going to be in the single digits and teens. So don't expect improvement overnight, but you do have a little window, I think, for some improvement in the afternoon. As the snow pulls back, the wind comes down, and maybe the sun comes out a little bit. So hopefully that's helpful for you, Jess. David says, we're off Woodman and Rangewood and still blowing snow. That would certainly be the case. And I don't have any issues with that report at all. I completely believe you, and given what we have out there and where you are. No doubt about that. So, conditions kind of, just hanging out here. Let's check out, now that we're a little bit past 8 o'clock, we look at the wind gusts. Pueblo, we're at 56. We were at 74 miles per hour earlier today in Pueblo. Which was, what time was that? 6? When we had that 74 mile an hour gust, but that has pulled back now. If you're just joining us, I want to show you some pretty incredible things. Here are the temperatures that we recorded at midnight when the day began. It was 57 in the Springs, 60s, Canyon City, Pueblo off to the south. And then the temps just plummeted early this morning. So let me show you what we've done since then in Colorado Springs when we were at that 57 and where we have gone since then, down into the 20s. Between 2 and 4 o'clock when the cold front came in, we went from about 50 into the mid-20s. Now, where are we going for the balance of the day? Let me pull that up. Let me show you here what we're going to do. Not going to move a ton, but like when I was answering Jessica's question, there might be a little window late in the day where we do get a little bit of sun. We'll keep the wind around. Snow will start to decrease here over the next few hours as we move 9, 10 o'clock. It's going to end up focused up across the Palmer Divide. So, the farther south you are into town, just the wind is an issue. But even the strength of the wind gusts will pull back during the course of the day today. Because after we get past the next couple of hours here, out over the plains, the strength of the gusts will decrease. So the likelihood of hitting 50 miles per hour outside of the mountains decreases into the afternoon. Is it still going to be windy? Yes. Is it still going to be great to be outside? No. But things get a little bit better here with time. You throw in the wind this morning, here's what it feels like if you're just joining us. 0 for Kiowa, where it's really, really icy. Lyman is 0 on the chill. Colorado Springs is at 5. Across the plains, it feels like the teens. Enormous change from 24 hours ago, crew. 36 degrees colder in Denver, 30 degrees colder in Walsenburg. Colorado Springs, 30 degrees colder than 24 hours ago. And this map later on today is going to look more stark than it does right now, believe it or not. So there you go. Cheryl is, you know what? Cheryl's asking a question here. And I actually need to add something because I haven't had. All right. You guys are going to have to bear with me here a little bit because behind the scenes, I'm getting something kind of ready. She's asking, let me pull her question up here. Let's see. Where was that? Okay. Cheryl's asking, are roads icy in the springs too? So I am going to pull that up, but I need to, on the fly here, add something. You know, that's one of the things that I've kind of struggled with getting Peaks2Plains up and running here is trying to get all the things done that I want to get done and I know like I need to have on a daily basis is having time to do it all. And so I don't have all of the traffic cameras in yet that I want to have in here. In fact, one of the things that I want to do over the next couple of months is invest in this next generation of weather cameras that when there are like thunderstorms in the area, they will automatically track where the storm is and like follow the storm. And if the storm starts becoming like likely or more likely to produce a tornado, they'll actually zoom into that part of the storm. And so, you know, the partners that I have here on Peaks2Plains Weather and those businesses that have chosen to advertise with me to make this possible is, you know, that's one of the things that I want to do is to bring you kind of the next generation of weather coverage from what I've been able to do in the past. And I really look forward to doing that. This is something that, I mean, this is going to be the back, you know, quarter of my career here is doing this. And something that I'm looking forward to doing weather better than it's been able to have been done before. But it's obviously going to take me a little bit of time to be able to do that. To get everything kind of ironed out. But it's something you can look forward to is kind of the growth of this over the next several years. Okay, so Cheryl is asking, and thanks for the patience there while I was trying to talk and do something at the same time. Okay. I'm going to edit this on the fly here because this is not InterQuest. So I'm going to take this off. But I am going to pull up a different camera because she wants to know how the roads are like in the heart of Colorado Springs. And I want to answer that question. So here we go. All right. So we're looking at I-25 here in town. And it's just south of the Highway 24 bypass. So we've had a little bit of snow on the roads, but, you know, obviously it's doing better there than the areas at higher elevation, which is what we would expect and is how these things typically work out here. So she's at Union and Academy. So if you are driving into Colorado Springs proper, you are going to see, noticeable improvement as you get away from Union and Academy, where, it's not as bad. In fact, there's a pretty stark difference as I'm looking at Garden of the Gods and Academy. There's a pretty big climb there. There's a pretty big difference just between that couple miles as well. So the elevation plays a really big role. So when you get above about 6,200 feet or so, 6,100 feet, the conditions change quite a bit. So that's kind of the elevation of, where it's really nasty versus where it's not this morning. And I'll say this, I've learned over the years, it's usually somewhere in these kind of, early, late season storms. It's somewhere between about Garden of the Gods and that North Academy exit where you usually see things kind of go downhill. It's interesting how it always seems kind of, interesting in that area. So, okay. Let's see. Adrian is checking in this morning. Traveled up to DIA this morning listening to you. So helpful. Thank you. I hope you made it. Hope you are all safe on your travels. So Adrian, if you're picking somebody up or something, or if you're heading out of town, be careful on the way back or enjoy your trip wherever you are heading. Ethan asked, what was the highest wind gust in Pueblo West? I'm curious because it's been shaking the house since 2 a.m. It's about the time the front was moving into the area. Ethan, I don't have anything from Pueblo West easily at my fingertips. I'll do that here later on today. But Pueblo, we had a 74 mile per hour gust, and that's not that far away from you. That was at the airport. The easiest kind of thing I had early this morning. In fact, I might have an easy way to check. Man, I love being able to do this and answer questions on the fly. You guys get me thinking about different things than I may have on my own. So I have a map of automated station summaries, but it's just going to pull up the METARs, which are kind of the federal government-owned stations. But I'll see what we've got here. So what are we on, the 15th today? Okay, so the strongest gusts, I'm just going to read these out that I've got for today since we have hit midnight here. And I'll pull up the radar so you can check that out. All right, get to that. Thanks for the patience as I do this stuff on the fly. Obviously I know you get it. Okay, as things have changed here early this morning, as you look at the live TAMCO Doppler radar over the last 6 hours, he asked, what's the highest wind gust in Pueblo West? And I don't have that specifically. I will get that later today, but I'm going to read some of the strongest gusts, okay? The strongest is Pueblo, where we've been up to 75.9 miles an hour. Walsenburg has had a 71 mile an hour gust. La Junta's had a 62 mile an hour gust. Saguache has had a 60 mile an hour gust. And there is a contour here for Monarch Pass. Let me make a different map because I don't want to misspeak here, but that contour is very, very high. But let me see if by plotting something different, if I can get this here. Okay, I'm going to have to check the validity of this, but the Monarch Pass sensor has had a 102 mile per hour, 101 mile per hour gust early this morning. I'm going to put that on social media. We'll need to double check that, but that's highly likely. I mean, that's not out of the realm of possibility by any stretch. So let me check with the Weather Service folks and see if they can confirm that. That's really, really strong. type into them. Man, that is pretty wild. So, I mean, it's possible we've had 70 to maybe 100 mile per hour gusts across the area here early this morning. And that's why there's high wind warnings up. So I'm going to post that here on social media real quick. Just pass that on to folks. Thanks for the patience here while we're just hanging out together. I will, while I'm doing this, give somebody the opportunity to hop on here and join me. Let me go into my production stuff here. Ethan, thanks for that question. I appreciate it. I'm going to put the links on to join me here while I get this on social media. If you want to come on, put one of those links there that I have up in the top left corner into your web browser. You can pop on. We've talked to a bunch of people today. It's been super fun, and we've gotten a lot of reports. 10 inches in Larkspur this morning. Okay. Josh is checking in and says he's got a little bit more than an inch on the ground in Divide this morning. Thanks for that, Josh. I appreciate that. Roads have frozen over like we thought would be the case here. All right, let's do this. Just getting this on social media. Sorry, I'm doing two things at once, crew. Do think that Peaks2Plains Weather is not just going to be Matt Meister forever. That's the plan. I mean, we are doing this to grow a business that takes care of the community. And you know what? While I'm finishing this up, I want to say thank you to those businesses that support me. Here are a few of them. I will be back right after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed His grace on thee.
Here's to 150 years of the state we call home.
At Phil Long Ford Motor City, we've been around for 80 years. That's like 560 dog years. Basically, we're the top dogs of Colorado. And thanks to our deals, selection, and service, we've earned some pretty loyal customers. And our GM, Mark, he's the most loyal guy I know. Even after I chewed up his shoe, it was delicious.
Great trucks, amazing deals, and belly rubs for dogs. Come see why Colorado drives Phil Long Ford Motor City. Hey guys, where's my shoe?
Emergencies are unpredictable, but you don't have to be unprepared. Peak Alerts sends you targeted emergency alerts in real time for the places that matter to you most, so you know what's happening and what to do next. Know first, act fast. That's the power of Peak Alerts.
All righty. If you're just joining us, thanks for watching Peaks2Plains Weather here on this very wintry for some of us Sunday morning, and very, very different weather for everybody than what we had yesterday. Sitting here coming up on 8:30. I've been on the air this morning on Peaks2PlainsWeather.com, the Peaks2Plains Weather app, Roku, Fire TV, YouTube, social media. Where you are is where I want to be. Here are some of the highlights that I've got for you this morning, things that we know. In Larkspur, we have 10 inches of snow that's fallen. Across the higher terrain of the Pikes Peak region, the flash freeze that we've been talking about for days has certainly happened, and a very, very quick change in conditions early this morning. We've been talking about this for 4 or 5 days now. I was hitting the impacts of this thing hard. It's a classic system that the models usually underdo. There were some models that weren't really showing much of anything happening this morning, and that certainly has not been the case. As we head through the afternoon, I do think we are going to see some improvement. But the wind has been a significant issue out there this morning, and the sensor on Monarch Pass has recorded a 101 mile an hour wind gust. Now, when you see one to that level, you're like, we better check the validity of that. But up on Monarch Pass right now, we are getting very, very strong wind, gusting to 87 miles per hour. You see that there. Out of the northwest at 64, gusting to 87, and we've measured a 101. Pueblo earlier today, we measured a 74 mile per hour gust, actually stronger than that, 76 mile per hour gust. We're now still gusting into the 50s, and it feels like 13 with a temperature of 29. But it's been cool to see. I've talked to some people here who have joined us on Peaks2Plains Weather this morning, who've been in the trees at Vollmer and Hodgen. We talked to a gentleman. His name was, did I write that one down? I didn't. Who, protected by the trees, he didn't have a ton of wind happening. Certainly not as much as some other areas. And some of you have joined and said, hey, I've got super gusty wind where I am. Just kind of depends where you are, right? You see 52 mile per hour gusts in Lyman right now, Kiowa gusting to 45. So classic Colorado fashion, it just depends where you are. And Mr. Official Scotty says, yeah, 74 mile per hour gust in Pueblo. I've pulled a different data set that kind of grabs not just the hourly gusts, but the actual, sort of between hourly things. And we might have had a 76 from what that data set says. Anyways, so yeah, been a wild morning. Mary's capturing what to do here, right? Like, do we get our shorts out? Do we put away our sweaters? It's madness. It's March in Colorado. That's how things change. Here's how different it is, Mary, than this time yesterday. We're running now 15 to getting close to 40 degrees colder than 24 hours ago. And the temperatures have tanked over the Palmer Divide. We're in the teens. But you throw in the wind, and it feels like below zero in Kiowa early this morning, where we got a report of just a lot of ice up on the Palmer Divide, and that matches the cameras that we have up across the Palmer Divide. Here's what we've got in Castle Rock. That's icy looking. Monument this morning, got that flash freeze that we've been talking about for days now. And visibility, less than a mile for sure there, but it looks a little bit better than it was earlier. You drop down in elevation into Colorado Springs and you start to see some improvement. It's certainly icy there at Interquest this morning, but by the time you get to North Academy there is a little burst of snow happening and it is icy there, but things do look a little bit better. And by the time you get to Garden of the Gods, there's a noticeable improvement from North Academy to Garden of the Gods. So you will see improvement as you get into Colorado Springs. Much lower in elevation, Pueblo, no issues. Pueblo West, no issues. We've got some blue sky. Certainly the camera bouncing around there with the wind that we've got. Canyon City, no issues. You get to Walsenburg, start getting up in elevation again, camera bouncing around. It looks like we've got some flurries there. No issues. Trinidad this morning, cameras got knocked off to the side there from the wind, I would guess. No issues. So it just depends where you are in classic Colorado fashion. Off to the northeast of Colorado Springs, Falcon, it's a little bit icy. Some of you from Peyton have checked in and have said this morning how windy it has been where you are. Rick is checking in, and he says that Florence has dropped off to 35. He's got some flurries, but not too bad in Florence there. Richie's going to get the taxes done today at 4 o'clock in Falcon. Will it be improvement outside by then? Richie, it will. And let me take you into that part of the forecast to talk about why I think that is the case. Okay? Temperatures aren't going to necessarily move a lot, but it'll get better for a couple reasons. The jet streak that's been moving through, that's driven the front in here and has brought some large-scale lift overhead in the mid and upper levels of the atmosphere, will continue to move off to the southeast. That system is going to drive a blizzard across the northern plains and the Great Lakes as we head through the day today into tonight. But as that jet streak gets farther and farther away, what happens in the afternoon is that the strength of the strongest gusts pulls back. And so you can see here on the temps that, or on the peak gusts, excuse me, that those get less with time. So to answer your question, I do think you will get improvement in the afternoon for sure. And we might even see some sun start to come out in some areas. But here's something to know. The snow will last longest right up against the hills on the sort of highest part of the Palmer Divide. So you see that kind of into the afternoon. That's where we hold on to it longest. Not going to be as heavy as it's been in some parts this morning, but we'll see it pull back a little bit with time. So there is some better news on the way for later on today. So for Colorado Springs, as an example here, over the last 12 hours as the fronts come in, and we've seen the temperature drop from 57 at midnight into the low 20s here this morning. For the balance of the day, we see some improvement, and you see, maybe some sun comes out later on. It still stays windy, temperatures warm up a little bit. Maybe we get close to freezing by later on today, but it's better than where we are this morning from a wind perspective, a snow perspective, and as we can, decrease the snow, get the temperatures up there a little bit, get some sun to come out, we should see some improvement on the roads. And crew, that's what I've been telling you for days now, days on end, that the morning here was going to be the roughest part. So hopefully you have been ready for that. That's what, Peaks2Plains Weather is all about. Let's see. What do we got here? Lane's checking in. This is not a surprise. Snowing good south of Pueblo near Colorado City. Obviously, you increase in elevation if you are driving south on I-25 out of Pueblo toward Colorado City. You're heading toward the wet mountains. The wet mountains are the beneficiaries of north wind, getting some lift, kind of similar to what the Palmer Divide gets. And so if we zoom in down here, you can see that there are some bursts down that way. Let me zoom in so we can get Colorado City on the map here. And, we've had some bursts moving through for sure. So that's not a big surprise. Of course, TAMCO and their hail guard shingles bringing us the live Doppler radar here. I did check a CDOT camera in kind of outside of Two Buttes on 287 to the north of Springfield. And they have had a burst of snow move through this morning with some of the showers. Had reports earlier on of blowing dust out across the plains. I'm hoping that you're getting some moisture to kind of knock some of that down because that's not very fun. Emery's checking in here and says, been on for a bit now. Thank you. Wind gusts are amazing. The temp's 26. The wind's hanging at 32. Wind chill feels like minus 100 or so. Emery, you've made me laugh a couple times this morning. Thanks for that. And I've been on since 5, crew, and we're sitting here at 8:40 this morning, just knocking down some coverage. So here's what I'm going to do after we get off. I'll still be on for a little bit longer here. I need to update the forecast on the 24-hour channel. And if this is your first experience this morning, and it might be with Peaks2Plains Weather, want to tell you a little bit about what I have here, okay? So I'm going to show you Peaks2PlainsWeather.com. We've got the Peaks2Plains Weather app, which you can download on Peaks2PlainsWeather.com. Social media, Roku, Fire TV, where you are is where I am, right? So on the website, you can check out the radar showing what's happened in the past. You can check out forecasts going into the future here. So you can kind of zoom in. You can use this in the bottom right-hand corner and put different data sets on there. You can see one of the things that it does is it estimates how much snow has fallen. And I'll take you off to the north of Monument in the Larkspur area. We talked to Mark, who had 10 inches of snow on his deck. And while we were talking to him, he put a ruler out on the hot tub, and there was legit 10 inches. And you can see that, we know that there's more snow in that area. And you can also check my detailed forecast. Also on Peaks2Plains Weather.com. Here's the live stream happening right now. That's one of the places you can get this. You can get this on the homepage of the app. You can watch it on social media. When I'm live on it, like I am today, we're streaming onto social media as well. Here's where you can download the app. Right here. My detailed forecast is in there. So I invite you to please share Peaks2Plains Weather with your friends, what I'm doing. My forecast heading into today for the last few days has been on there. I've got app stuff. Remember those lenticular clouds that we had on Friday? Look how many of you sent me pictures. Crew, this is the hub for weather in southern Colorado. How it works, how it's going to change, what's happening. Peaks2Plains Weather is all about you. It is all about our weather. And when weather impacts, Peaks2Plains Weather is here for you. So, thank you for choosing us this morning. Thank you for finding me this morning. Thank you for participating this morning. We've talked to a lot of you, have given helpful reports about what is happening out there, how much snow you have, how things have changed. People have been woke up in the middle of the night by wind, right? Okay, let's talk about roads. Cascade, when I came on air this morning, the road was just wet. It is holding snow now. It's been better in Cascade this morning than it's been in Woodland Park. It's icy up there. We've had that flash freeze that we've been talking about up across the higher terrain of the Pikes Peak region, up across the Palmer Divide. If you're traveling up to Denver this morning, it's going to be a slow go. This is a Palmer Divide special, I call it. Castle Rock has been challenging. You head into the Denver area, you'll start to see some improvement, but they've still got some snow up there at I-25 and E-470. They're just past the Sky Ridge Medical Center. Monument this morning has been a challenge for sure. That's a sheet of ice. Falcon this morning has been better than Monument for sure, but it's icy on Highway 24. Talked to a couple folks in Black Forest that have had several inches of snow, about 2 to 3 inches for most people that we have talked about, or talked to, that have come on air here early this morning. And, the mountain's getting some snow as well. I don't want to leave them out. I'll say this. I think this is probably the best day, even though we have some wind. You can see the trees moving around there at Copper Mountain. The next couple days are going to be the best, last few best days of this season, because we have some historical warmth on the way, and we're going to start to melt off the snowpack, which is not amazing. Because as we head through the rest of the week here, here's what we've got on the extended forecast. A huge ridge of high pressure comes in from the west. So we start off tomorrow morning cold, single digits and teens. By the afternoon, we're kind of transitioning here into the 40s and 50s. And then the rest of the week, we deal with some really, really warm air because there's a big ridge coming in from the west that is sort of the strength of like mid-May, late May. And it's not going to go anywhere. And we are going to get some record warmth. We've got about 4 days of record warmth potential starting on Wednesday when the record is 80. And then Thursday, Friday into Saturday, if I remember right, the records are in the upper 70s. So we're going to take those out easily here into Saturday, maybe even Sunday. Pueblo, I've got us around 90. Parts of the plains will be into the 90s. Some of the ski resorts, crew, are going to be in the 60s at the bases. So that's why I think we're really going to start to melt off the snow really, really fast here. A couple days of some sunshine as well, sitting under that ridge. We're going to do a number on our snowpack. In fact, I made a forecast about that here a couple days ago, but it still holds. So what happens is on the years where the snowpack is less or lighter, you get the snow melt to start happening earlier than on the years when there's more snowpack, because you tend to have more storms in that year's part of it, and the temperatures tend to be colder, lots of different reasons. But my forecast here over the next week is for the snowpack to really start coming down really, really fast, just due to the warmth that we've got and to how much sun we're going to have. All right. All right. Peaks2Plains Weather is our weather together. We've got somebody that has just joined us here this morning, and we are going to welcome her in this morning. Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I saw your face. You were surprised. You're like, oh my gosh, he's bringing me on. What's your name?
My name is Wendy Height.
Wendy, how are you?
I am doing wonderful. I'm in Monument.
And how much snow do you have?
Oh, anywhere from about 3 to 4 inches.
Do you mind, because I can tell you're on your phone, I think, or a tablet or
Yes.
something. Would you mind showing us out the window?
Yes. How do I turn this thing around? This
Well,
is
I
weird.
think you just have to kind of just do this and turn it. Oh, yeah. You are in the trees, a good spot. So your wind might not have been all that bad. Is that correct?
Oh, it was really bad. Yes, it was. And it like really fluctuates because you'll see a gust and then it'll like calm down.
Okay. Well,
And I got snow like on my window swells.
okay. That blowing around for sure. Let me ask you this. Have you been getting the forecast from Peaks2Plains over the last few days? Like, were you ready for this change this morning?
I was ready, but I didn't anticipate my power went off last night because a transformer blew.
Okay. What time did it come back on? Do you know?
Well, it went off around 11 p.m. So, and my husband's on oxygen, so we had to do some maneuvering around. And I think it came back on around 2 a.m. maybe.
Well, I'm glad they got it back on. Did you guys have like a backup, or does he have like a portable
Oh,
unit
yeah.
you could use?
Yeah, we had a portable unit.
Okay. How long have you guys lived where you are?
We moved out here in 2019, and we're up at Sanctuary Point off of Baptist.
Yep. Oh, I love that neighborhood. It's beautiful up there. We have some friends that live not too far from you. That is a stunning place. You are quite a bit higher where you are than on the interstate in Monument. So you probably have a little bit more snow than them, I would imagine, this morning. Is that how you found it to
Yes.
be over the years, or not so much?
Oh, yes, quite a bit different. And I could drive down to 25 and there'd be almost nothing sometimes.
Okay. See, yeah, big differences over small distances, right? That's part of the fun of living where we do, I think.
Yes.
Part of the, I say, fun sometimes, trying to figure out the weather and communicate to people that way. What's your favorite part of living where you do? Because, man, you do live in a beautiful part.
Oh, yes. I mean, I had moved from California and retired out here, and the best part is the weather. I mean, it hardly ever gets as warm. I mean, it doesn't even break, 90 in the summertime sometimes. And in
right.
California, it'd be 105.
Yeah. What part of California did you move from?
Yeah, the Bay Area, like San Francisco
Okay.
area.
Okay. And the nice thing about here, when
Yeah.
it does snow, it usually doesn't stick around very long. Like this stuff will be gone tomorrow, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Awesome.
I face, where, the sun rises in the morning and it could be snowing. And then by the afternoon, my driveway is completely clear.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's some of the nice things. I mean, not having to shovel it or whatever, that's better than, my driveway faces north and my neighbor across the street from me, his faces south. So there's mornings where I'm out shoveling because I know I got to get rid of it or it's going to turn to ice. And he's just out standing in his driveway looking at me, not because he knows it's going to be gone by 10:30. That's one of the fun things. Well, thanks for
Yes.
joining me this morning. I appreciate your report. So you've got about 3 to 4 inches of snow off east of I-25, Sanctuary Point. Thanks for starting the day with me, and thanks for checking in with Peaks2Plains Weather.
Thank you. You have a great day.
Okay, you too. Thank you so much. That is so awesome. I just love getting people to check in and giving me reports from where they are. It is fantastic. This forecast, I tell you what, has worked out pretty good, my friends. Just have been hammering this thing for the last 5-6 days, whatever it's been, talking about how much of a shock to the system this was going to be, forecasting this snow here up across, the Palmer Divide, and talking about impacts, right? Like that's for me what it's always been about. It's not about reading numbers to you on maps, right? You can see numbers on maps. It's about telling you about impacts and how things are going to change. And using the experience, been here doing this since 2001, was educated up at Metro State in Denver. I cut my teeth at the National Center for Atmospheric Research and in Cheyenne, Wyoming. And it's just the numbers don't tell the story, right? You've got to put them together. You got to have that expertise. I haven't changed this one bit since I showed this to you on Wednesday. And that's just, it's working out beautifully. It's a classic situation. It's a situation models miss a lot of times. And, we've got 10 inches of snow in Larkspur this morning. I had a 3 to 7, right? Like, I'm honest with you. I don't run from the stuff, right? I've had a 3 to 7 up across the Palmer Divide there. Am I shocked that somebody got 10? It's March. No way. I'm not. You always have variability. That's just how it works around here. I mean, we live in a great place to try to figure out what is happening with the weather. Okay. Let's see. And look at this. You guys are having conversations back and forth with each other on the socials. I love this. I recommend it's cotrip.org. You probably messed that up. We're typing fast. It's cotrip.org to check the roads. I recommend that as well. Wind gusts on Pikes Peak aren't too bad, says Teddy, showing 56. Yeah, that's a lot different than Monarch Pass, where we have had a gust early this morning that we measured anyways. We'll have to check the validity of it to 101 miles per hour. I'm going to pull that up here. I'm going to show you what I was looking at. And so let me move that to put that where it needed to be. Yes. Okay, hold on a moment. Give me a second here while I add something. Okay. Pull this up. Okay, so one of the things that I did here was Iowa State has this really, really good, just this great system for kind of checking through a bunch of different data and plotting a bunch of different data. And so I did that this morning. So what I looked at was the weather stations in the Grand Junction forecast area, the Grand Junction National Weather Service office. Excuse me. And I had them plot since midnight. And I'm Sunday, what is it, March 15th, 2026. Okay. All right. So here is what I want to show you. So Teddy was looking at some data himself and looking at Pikes Peak. You can see here, so this is Western Colorado to give you some, kind of perspective there. So the 51 mile per hour that you see right in the middle of the screen, that's Grand Junction. On the very edge of the colored map, there is a 101.2 from when I grabbed this. And that's Monarch Pass. That's a sensor at Monarch Pass. 46th right next to it is Gunnison. So the weather sensor up there measured that since midnight. Pretty fascinating, right? Now, let me put in the same map here, and let me change it to, I also did the one from the Pueblo Weather Service Office forecast area. Starting to lose my voice. Been talking so long this morning. And let me pop out of there and come back in. Okay, so here are the peak gusts. This was, I think I grabbed this probably an hour ago. Excuse me. Sorry, crew. Had a little something that came up in the throat there. So here are the peak gusts since midnight. You can see 76 if we round in Pueblo, 62 in La Junta, 71 in Walsenburg, 64 in the Wet Mountain Valley. And across Colorado Springs, we've had a 54-mile-an-hour gust early this morning on Fort Carson. And Salidas had a 60-mile-an-hour gust, the same as Saguache. So those are nothing to sneeze about there. Like, those are legit wind gusts. But that 101 at Monarch is pretty dang wild. Now, we'll have to check the validity of it when they get that high. You just want to make sure that there wasn't an issue with the sensor, but there probably wasn't. All right, a couple folks, let's see. Nicole says, I haven't rolled out of bed, but I'm well informed. Thanks to your awesome work. Thanks, Nicole. I appreciate that. Clinton says, I'm so glad I didn't come down the valley into Poncha. Yeah, Clinton lives in the upper Arkansas River Valley in Chaffee County, and he must live on a higher part. But yeah, that wouldn't have been fun to drive down Monarch Pass with that stuff happening for sure. I'm not sure what time that was specifically at, but it wasn't very fun. These numbers working out pretty good, maybe a little bit underdone in a couple spots, which isn't a surprise here. But, you know, we've had more snow up across the north end of El Paso County compared to the south side of Colorado Springs. We have had a skiff out around Hanover. We've got reports of 3 to 4 inches up around Black Forest, Monument, a couple spots north of Woodland Park getting that as well. The snow will pull back here for the balance of the day. And you can see as we hit the late morning, it's just getting less and less likely to snow across the area, except for the higher terrain of the Palmer Divide, who are going to hold on to that last. We've had some snow out over the plains this morning. I've had some reports of some sleet from a couple people, some grapple. So we've had a little bit of everything out there this morning. And, you know, that's not a surprise as well. Certainly not as significant out across the plains as what we've had, you know, up on the higher terrain of the Pikes Peak region. And we've expected that, and we've talked about that for a couple days here. If you are driving up to Denver this morning, you know, I-25 at Larkspur, Castle Rock, doesn't really matter kind of where you are, is icy and snow-packed. And we've seen that over some other areas as well. You can see here that, you know, Woodland Park's icy this morning, but you get into Hartselle, it's a little bit better on the valley floor there. In Park County this morning, that Fairplay camera hasn't updated since early this morning, but you can see they had some snow. In Breck, it's icy this morning. And so if you're going to be traveling that way today, be aware of that. It has been snowing in the mountains this morning. It's 12 at A Basin right now. And the next couple days of skiing, I think, is going to be kind of the best here. So, you know, improvement on the way for the rest of the day. That is for sure. All righty, crew. I think we've gotten everybody, you know, as people have woke up this morning and have kind of been ready for these big changes. I think, you know, you kind of get it. We've been watching this. It's this jet streak that has come in from the northwest here that has kind of been driving all of this. And as we move over the rest of the day today, what is going to happen here is that we continue to move this jet streak out of here. And so it's the loss of the large scale lift as we move into early tomorrow morning that, you know, sets the stage here for warming conditions. But you see that jet diving into Oklahoma, Arkansas, into Missouri, and then kind of rounding the base of that trough here overnight into early tomorrow morning makes for some nasty conditions around the Chicago area, Milwaukee, into other parts of Wisconsin and the upper Midwest. There are blizzard warnings that are up for a good chunk of the country. In fact, if let's do this here. Let me show you what the rest of the country is going to get here, because there are blizzard warnings that are up. Whoops. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay. You see that system taking shape here over the middle part of the country, right? You've got this area of low pressure that is off to the south of Omaha, to the northwest of Kansas City right now. And you see to the north of the warm front, like there are some thunderstorms moving across Chicago this morning, some thunderstorms off to the south of Des Moines. But what happens here over the next 24 hours is that we get this system to actually intensify and to become a big-time weather maker across the middle part of the country. And there are blizzard warnings up, like I said. And I'm just going to load this up here and show you what happens between now and about the next 18 hours. So you'll see that the area of low pressure starts to kind of strengthen a little bit, and snow fills in across Iowa. You get multiple rounds of storms kind of on the warm end of the system. But as that jet rounds the base of that trough into early tomorrow morning, the wind actually picks up, and there will be flight delays in Chicago early Monday morning. Lots of flights from the Springs and Denver. If you're on Southwest, or if you are on United, obviously head toward Chicago. There's going to be some challenges getting to there early tomorrow morning, and something to be aware of. So that's going to cause maybe some travel problems for you if you're heading out for work early tomorrow morning. Letitia says, I have to drive to DIA Monday morning. Anything to be prepared for? I do think that the roads may still be icy, Letitia. I know CDOT will get out there and do some work on it, start, getting the plows going, putting some material down. But it's harder to kind of fix those things when it's icy versus when it's snow that you can move. But they'll keep out there and keep hammering that thing for sure. So it'll be better tomorrow morning than it is right now, even though it will be cold early tomorrow morning as well. But I would maybe allow a little bit of extra time because you'll probably need it. So let's see. Patricia is in Rye and says that they had horrible wind and a dusting of snow so far, still snowing, a very fine snow. So you probably might not see too much. Another Patricia says, thanks for making sure we're all well informed. You're very welcome. That's what it's here for. And Bridget says, good morning. So good morning to you, Bridget. Thanks for starting your day with me here at Peaks2Plains Weather. If you have a report that you would like to share with everybody, you can put these into your browser and you can pop in. We've done that with about, 6 or 7 people here early this morning. It's been really fun to do. We've talked to George in Cordera, Charlie in Skyway. We talked to Garrett on the west side of Colorado Springs. We talked to a couple other people as well. And that's what Peaks2Plains Weather is all about. It's our weather together. And it's neighbors helping neighbors is kind of how I like to think about it. But you see everybody taking it slow there in Monument, where the snow's picked back up here in the last little bit. Compared to what it was about half hour ago, it wasn't as rough. But, this is an area that we're going to hang on to snow kind of off and on here. And you can see now, this is interesting. This tells me that the upper level lift is starting to decrease a little bit. See how, I'm going to go back about 6 hours. A couple things I want you to watch here. Notice how, and I'm going to slow this down too. Okay. Man, that's too slow. Okay. Watch over the last 6 hours how initially there's just sort of some circular kind of bursts. And then you'll see a little couple hour period where there were some bands kind of oriented northwest to southeast right there. And now you see that we're starting to get kind of these north to south little bands. So that tells me that this large scale lift from the jet is starting to get out of here a little bit. And what we're seeing is sort of some lower level forcing from the terrain with the north wind at the surface that's being forced up and over the Palmer Divide. So that all matches, since we've been on here at 5 a.m. this morning, now at 9 o'clock, that things are evolving the way that I expected them to evolve. And so there are still certainly some bursts out there of some snow. I mean, with these localized kind of little, north to south bands here. And look how small scale they are, right? Like if I measure that, these little bands are a mile wide, maybe 2 miles wide out there, right? And you see a few more kind of here off to the west. But look underneath them. I mean, we just saw that camera in Monument where there were some bigger flakes than there were like half hour ago. So it just kind of depends where you are. This is Baptist Road in Monument. Let's go north a little bit up to 105. And we're getting a little bit of snow there as well. But, those things are going to change almost minute to minute because they're so small. So for the balance of the day, if you're joining us, and, I think everybody's got a handle, excuse me, on what is happening here. So I'm going to take us to watch through the morning. See how the model's been doing a good job of starting to decrease, that you can tell larger scale lift kind of starting to decrease there. Well, so since it's doing a good job with that, it gives us confidence that for the rest of the day, it has the right idea. And so it's the surface level lift due to the terrain there of the Palmer Divide that starts being the driving factor. But things start to get better excuse me, man. I'm not used to talking for hours and hours on end. Things start to improve for the balance of the day here. And this, again, I haven't changed this graphic since I made it Wednesday morning. And I think that's going to work out. So we keep the snow around. The strength of the gusts start pulling back. And we get some gradual improvement here for the balance of the day. So, things will get better. So Letitia, follow-up question. She asked, flying from DIA to Tampa, looks like my flight will be okay. Yeah, I think so. Obviously they'll work super hard today. Up at DIA, that might not even have much snow, to be honest with you, given the location of them. But I think you'll be all right. Just allow a little bit of extra time getting up there. So crew, we're heading into 9 o'clock here. I'm going to give everybody a few more minutes to, if you are in a spot that you would like to share your report from, you are welcome to do that. But I think we have seen kind of the worst of it. Over the Palmer Divide this morning, crew, it is a rough go. Over Teller County, it's a rough go. In some of the mountain areas, obviously, are slick and snow-packed this morning. Let me look at off camera here. I'm going to check out what the tunnel looks like. If you're, heading up west of Denver. Let's see here. Yeah, it's icy and snow-packed in spots on I-70 for sure. But you get lower than Georgetown, looks mainly wet. And you start to see some improvement. Somebody went off the road near Highway 40 where you get off to go to Winter Park. But yeah, as you head into Denver, things get better. Let me check out toward DIA. Yeah, it's fine out there now. So Letitia, once you get over the Palmer Divide, you'll be okay heading out tomorrow morning. And then out across the Eastern Plains, that radar looks a lot worse than it is. We just haven't seen all of that making it down to the ground here this morning. I'm looking at Baxter Road in Pueblo. It's okay. We've seen some of this here and there making it down to the ground, but that radar is a little bit misleading out there across parts of the Eastern Plains. So that's kind of it, crew. If nobody's going to join me, seems like, oh, Nikki's asking how much snow do I think Monument got? Well, I know how much snow Monument got because we've talked to a couple people up there. And it looks like between 3 and 4 inches, but there might be a little bit more that falls because we'll hold on to it a little bit longer up that way compared to some other areas, Nikki. So it's enough to have caused some issues, right? And I'm not sure if, when the road looks like this, if it matters how much snow has fallen, because that is impactful. No doubt about that. No doubt about that. Crew, this is what Peaks2Plains Weather is all about. It is when the weather is impactful, I am here for you. And you have helped me cover it this morning. And I appreciate that. And I encourage you to do that in the future. And this has been really, really fun for me this morning, too. If you haven't downloaded the app yet, please do so. Please tell your friends about Peaks2Plains Weather. This is kind of, it's like crowdsourcing of weather. And I need to say thank you to my sponsors and to those businesses that have chosen to advertise with me here on Peaks2Plains Weather. There is an advertising tab on Peaks2PlainsWeather.com where if you have a business that you would like to advertise and would like to help make Peaks2Plains Weather possible, you can click on the advertising info. But I encourage you to go to the Partners tab and to support these businesses: Bird Dog Barbecue, Empire Roofing, Bank of Colorado, Peak Alerts from the El Paso Teller County 911. Advanced Impressions is the company that has my merch. Furryland Mobile Grooming, H&H Auto Glass, F&B Landscaping, Rocky Mountain Rooster, Stepping Stone Realty, Moco Tech, Fetch Pet Care, Ameridry Restoration, Tamco Building Products, all of these businesses helping make Peaks2Plains Weather go. Mandy Penn Photography and American Classic Coffee, Phil Long Ford Motor City. I'm grateful to them. I'm going to take one little short break here, a very, very quick 15-second one, and then I will be right back.
Another attorney commercial with big promises? Millions of dollars, practicing law 24 hours a day, blah, blah, blah. Let's get rid of the smoke and mirrors. None of that really matters. What does matter? Having a medical doctor as your attorney. That matters.
And this has been Peaks2Plains Weather on this snowy Sunday morning. Or for those of you not getting snow, we've had lots of wind. We have had much colder temperatures. One last look at the forecast here. We have changed so much overnight. We were at 57 in Colorado Springs when Sunday began, 62 in Pueblo, and the numbers have just tanked since then, as expected, due to the cold front that has come in, and we've recorded a 101 mile an hour gust up on Monarch Pass, a 76 mile per hour gust in Pueblo. And the temperatures have just dropped like a rock early this morning. Some areas are in the teens, but you throw in the wind gusts that in some parts of eastern Colorado are still running over 50 miles per hour. Pueblo's been one of the windier spots this morning. It feels like 14 in Pueblo. It feels like 5 in Colorado Springs, and it feels like 0 up across the Palmer Divide. It is icy in areas. It is a slow go. It will continue to be windy up across the Palmer Divide. It will continue to be slow this morning if you were going to drive north to Denver. That's what Castle Rock looks like. It has snowed 10 inches this morning in Larkspur, just to the west of I-25. You come into Colorado Springs, you start dropping in elevation, things get better. But you start heading west of town, things start going downhill again, of course, because we get higher in elevation. You can see Cascade Road melting a little bit now. Woodland Park, it's been icy this morning. There are other parts of Teller County that are icy. Here's what happens for the rest of the day. The wind gusts get lighter here between now and noon. It is still going to be windy. It is still going to impact the feel. But the strength of the gusts are going to start to pull back. So that's something to be aware of. We will hold on to the snow longest up across the Palmer Divide, because as the upper level lift continues to get out of here, the north wind pushes up against the highest terrain there on the big hill between Denver and Colorado Springs. And so those areas might get another couple inches of snow. Temperatures aren't going to warm up a lot here for the balance of the day. With the wind, it will continue to feel chilly. But notice that as the wind pulls back into the afternoon, you see the feel like getting a little bit better, with one exception, the Palmer Divide. That's where it will feel chilliest and where the biggest impacts will continue to be through the course of the day today. Overnight tonight, it gets cold. We will start off tomorrow in the single digits over the Palmer Divide, teens elsewhere, a couple spots over the eastern slopes of the mountains in the 20s. That's warmer air that comes in tomorrow. We get into the 40s and 50s. The other end of the weather spectrum, as we head through this coming week, is going to be some big summertime weather as you see this huge ridge of high pressure come in from the west. I think Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we are probably taking records out in southern Colorado. Why? Well, we are well into the 80s in Colorado Springs. The record on Wednesday is 80. On Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, it's in the upper 70s. Pueblo, we're going to be around 90. We're going to start to melt off snow in Colorado's high country. And we are going to get a big old taste of summer here. So that is it for me this morning. Couple more comments. Patricia says, thanks for work on the forecast, all the fantastic information. Blessings on your Sunday. Patricia, thank you. Emerald says, it feels like it's minus 102 in Hanover. That dude's made me laugh this morning. Letitia's waking up with some American Classic coffee. That's what I've been having this morning. Been having the Sequoia. By the way, they're my official coffee provider. Go to AmericanClassicCoffee.com. If you put in Peaks, when you check out, you'll get 10% off. If you sign up for a subscription, you get 15% off. And the coffee is delicious. I've had all of their roasts. They are all so smooth. And Alita, or I hope I said that right, says, love your weather forecast. Are you going to bring any of your other personality to the show? Miss your funny. I've been trying to have a little bit of fun this morning. I don't know if you're talking about Mike Moisture. Mike Moisture is going to go out for a day with a photographer and tape a bunch of different stuff that we're going to use here on Peaks to Plains. I obviously can't switch between me and Mike on the fly that easy, but we will do that. So crew, that's it for me this morning. I think we've got kind of, the nuts and bolts of it down. And we've got everybody ready for what's happening here this morning. Thanks for joining me. Have a great day. Tell your friends about Peaks2Plains Weather. I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you for watching. Be safe. Be careful.